The chapter starts with Alita's flashback, when the 6 emperors decided to kill off all the blood relations of the tyrant king, but a bodyguard, Karen, was trusted by the king's wife to keep their daughter alive and safe. He took that as his responsibility and took the daughter to Defilon Mountain and caring and loving her like a father. Being a free hirer, he was the one who taught her how to fight like a sword hire. He raised her the best way possible while keeping her identity secret and his job intact. Now they both live in the hiding, only going out for commission money. Sihan suddenly gets cautious of whether she considers him an enemy, as he has been the person who killed her father, but she responds in an unbothered way of not having any connection with his troubled father anymore. She further explained the reason for attacking him being the fact that the emperors are scared of the king's family opening portals and summoning otherworldly creatures, so to tackle that, they decided to find all the king's blood relatives and execute them. So when Sihan asked her about her relation to King Lusklin, she mistook him for one of the executors. This behavior of his former friends frustrates him to no end, but being an Earth's typical creature, he goes on to casually and confidently console Alita and tell her how he, a suddenly dropped guy in her life, is a good person as compared to those people. Alita, obviously unimpressed, cuts him off asking if he is the savior Sung Sihan, because to her knowledge he went back to Earth. So how come he fell from the sky and that too naked? The naked part triggers Sihan and he embarrassedly starts ranting about how he isn't a weird guy who was naked by choice. But the portals only let living organisms pass and it kills him to fall naked the 3rd time. He goes on to whine about falling back to Earth naked in the midst of a big crowd. Confused yet ignoring his rant, she further inquires why would anybody in Terranor open a portal to summon him back, and who could have that power. To this Sihan arrogantly tells that he opened the portal and summoned himself back and it took him a good 10 years to do so, but he cuts himself off becoming hyper-aware suddenly. Alita questions baffled. Sihan explains how to open the portals. He used directions towards the bloodline of Lusklin, which indirectly makes her his summoner since she's the purest of Lusklin blood, but the worst part is that to the others, it'll surely seem that she summoned him for her revenge. Alita is shocked and confused over this. All this speech leads to the fact that the guards under Higher Zeon and Mag-Ion clan have already arrived at the location where traces of summoning magic are found and are ready to attack her cabin. Zeon thanks Clan for his aid in finding traces of summoning magic while Alita gets herself together to fight those people. Sihan, looking like dumb trouble, stands there thinking how Alita looks so ready to face such a situation, and how she might hate him for blowing her cover that she kept intact for years. His dramatic self even imagines her lashing out at him for this. So Sihan, nervously, asks Alita to say something if she wants to, and to his surprise, she ends up thanking him for warning her timely of this sudden attack. Zeon warns Alita, the sinner in his perspective, to surrender herself or she'll be blown up along with her cabin. He asks Clan to scare her with a small attack, to which Clan calmly fires up the cabin with a burning spear. A panicked Zeon starts screaming how this was way out of line, to which calm Clan explains how this is only a show fire, and it won't hurt her other than a slight chance of a few burns. A sudden burst cuts them off as Alita is out of the cabin without a single scratch to her. This shocks everyone out there, but they try and fight her in the greed of the 10 gold coin reward Zeon announced for capturing her alive. What shocks everyone, even more, is the fact that she's a sword higher, strong enough to take down many of those soldiers. Alita fights the soldiers while thinking of a way to get out when a strike blows her off to the ground. An angry Zeon, surrounded by blue light, announces that he will now deal with the cursed lowly blood himself. Alita notices the fighting energy on his armor, the reason that took her down. She worries about him being a level higher than her. She still takes a chance to try and fight him but ends up with a broken arm. Knowing she had no choice but to surrender, she puts down her weapons. Zeon, confused, proceeds to tell her she made the right choice when someone cuts him off by suddenly speaking from very near his ear. Sihan appears out of nowhere babbling about how Zeon was feeling bad for Alita, so he lost all his anger, and is now getting calm with her. Meanwhile, Zeon stands there extremely baffled over the identity of this unknown personality and the fact that he didn't feel even the slightest of his movements around him. Zeon tries to interrogate who Sihan is and how are his movements so smooth when Sihan calmly says he has got to take some responsibility, even though he got nothing against him. The next moment Zeon is seen flying away with force enough to bury him half in the ground just by a casual punch of Sihan, leaving every person too stunned for a moment. Alita sits on the ground confused why Seo is hurting the soldiers that work under the kings that were his allies. Clan angrily exclaims he must be of the evil bloodline too and orders the soldiers to take him down, but Seo, calmly and arrogantly, keeps sending them flying off and a half into the ground along with a slick and no hard feelings, and an explanation that he is not of the evil bloodline. Too scared to die that way, the rest of the soldiers start apologizing to Seo while Zeon gains consciousness and is about to get up to fight back only to be shocked, seeing his soldiers lying around him, buried in the ground the same way as him. Zeon looks at them ashamed and confused about how an unarmed human was able to do that so casually, and how he is lucky he is still alive when his mind suddenly clicks about seeing such strength and movements before too. He recalls seeing Savior Seo do it in the past. But before he could be clear, Seo approaches the now awake Zeon, who is too shocked and scared to react, asking him to rest a little longer and punches his half into the ground like an ostrich once again. Along with burying living people to the ground with bare movement, Seo keeps repeating how he has nothing against them so they don't need to fight, but if they try, they'll be taken down. Magayon clan disappointedly thinks about the soldiers being useless and wonders who this sword-hire monster is and where he appears. Seo turns to a disoriented Alita and inquires if she's not gonna get up since he doesn't think they're gonna attack them anymore. Still blank and bewildered regarding the whole scenario, she complies and gets up to start waking away with Seo. Clan angrily exclaims about the failure of the mission and that they should retreat since Higher Zeon is down. He asks the remaining soldiers to take care of the dead ones when one of them hesitantly responds that all the soldiers are alive, they just have been buried in the ground with that force. This comes as a major shock to Clan on how they are all fine, with not a single broken bone, and alive even after being hit this badly. The guy didn't even cause a single death. The last and most obvious sentence is, "What the hell just happened?" Seo and Alita walk far enough in the forest where Seo consoles an injured, tiredly walking Alita that they won't be followed from there now. He thinks to himself how it's a relief that they didn't follow him, since it would have been annoying for him. He also wonders if the side effects of crossing dimensions were stronger than he anticipated, since his powers seem to be only a tenth of the original and his mana powers don't even seem to be there compared to when he took down the king back then. He thinks of how long it'll be till these side effects wear off. He is brought out of his thoughts by a wincing Alita, whom he inquires of being okay, since her arm had been broken. She gratefully responds how it could have been worse so she's lucky and it's all good. Seo looks at her funnily, thinking how is that something to be thankful for, while she puts her arm in a sling around her neck for support. She further thanks Seo formally, in a mood to be pleasant and in sync with the scenario that just unfolded in front of her, and says she'll be on her own now. Seo just stands there too stunned to react for a moment and then starts exclaiming how and where she would be on her own with a broken arm, and a risk of life. She calmly responds that she can be extra cautious, to which Hyper Seo exclaims how it's far more dangerous, and then sighs to calmly explain to her that it's his fault she got into this mess and got injured so he'll help her. Alita processes this and after a solid moment of consideration agrees to it. Seo wonders why she even took that long to consider this and tells her to drop formalities with him, and asks where she planned on going since she can't stay here. They consider places but aware of the fact that there will be search parties, decide to go to Kagenou City for the while. The Lilstein Kingdom Palace shows its first king, Lilstein I, calmly reading his books in a palace that looked more like a library due to the amount of bookshelves aligned there when a scared servant hesitantly brings him the news from the search party that went to Defilon Mountain, where Alita's cabin was. The king, one of his former partners Seo, closes his book and inquires about what the news is. Lilstein rushes down towards the dungeon of his palace and the gates open to reveal a space full of books with a huge capsule in the center, filled with some red chemical that looks very much like blood. Lilstein's name is called. He gets him to move towards a cell where a chained guy with multiple wounds curses at him. The guy has a green circle beneath him. Lilstein demeaningly talks to the guy about being well enough in terms he wants and calls him the descendant of Lusklin. He further reveals that the red circle beneath him turned green because his mana powers have matured enough now. This angers the guy who curses more at Lilstein and pities the people who worship him. Lilstein nonchalantly mocks the guy about him being the real pitiful person, for his heart is about to get snatched right out of his chest now. This jolts the guy, but before he could completely process this, Lilstein quite literally grabs his heart out of his chest in a monstrous way, as if he was not dealing with a human at all. He looks at the mana he snatched out of the guy's heart but realizes that this is not sufficient enough to break the walls of the dimensions, because the guy was some low-grade, far-off relative of the bloodline of Lusklin, and he'd need a much pure blood to gather enough mana to break the walls of dimensions of other worlds. This reveals the true intention of Lilstein for capturing the descendants of Luskin alive rather than directly executing them. Lilstein suddenly recalls the conversation he had with his servant who filled him in about the failure of his men's mission at Defilon Mountain. He was told that all their men were brutally beaten up by a single man who did not even have any arms on him, so they could not capture their target. Lilstein further explained the appearance of the person being black hair and black eyes, similar to the Galan race of Kagen village. Lilstein thinks about the appearance along with the fact that traces of summoning magic were found there. This made him fear the possibility that Sihan was back in Terranor. Even though, a worried Lilstein then shrugged this thought off considering there was no way Sihan crossed dimensions again without his notice, his paranoid expressions were not unnoticeable, while he kept repeating there's no way this happened. Sihan is amazed by the looks of Kagan City and nostalgically explains to Alita how he knows this place as South Clanium City back from the king's rule and he used to have his main base here. Alita is surprised by the information of the main base, to which Sihan further explains how it's easier to hide in this place, since there's this race called Galan race that looks very similar to his South Asians. Alita is again baffled by the term South Asians when he further explains that it's his people back on Earth. Alita is completely taken aback by this knowledge of people looking like him as it connects to the rumored thousand change energy of the thief Queen Lavina. Thousand change energy has been a technique where one uses its fighting energy to control the air around their face to make it look different in others' sights. Alita further refers to it as a technique of thief Queen Lavina along with her stealth technique. Sihan gets pretty offended at that and tells how it was him who developed this technique and taught it to Lavina. He then offers Alita if she wants to learn the technique from him since it'd make it easier for her to hide, but she declines receiving such big help from Sihan, with which Sihan sighs that they still aren't getting any closer, and tells her to drop that topic then and look for an accommodation. Alita thinks to herself how she finds Sihan's face quite funny looking to accept the offer of learning to do that. Sihan finds a stay-in hotel and looks at it with quite a familiarity, not because he knew the hotel but because there used to be the gallows 10 years ago. Alita gets pretty frightened at the possibility of hotel being haunted, to which Sihan seems amused that he could meet many familiar faces as ghosts. Sihan proceeds to get a key for their room but hears the old receptionist man irritatedly blabbering, which makes Sihan realize he has been speaking informally to strangers and elders ever since he came back to Terranor. Alita further embarrasses him with the fact that even if he's a legendary hero and she doesn't care, that man was pretty old so he got offended by that. He starts getting self-conscious about how it's so bad that he has been doing it without realizing since he didn't have to talk formally to many people in Aston language from back then. He then chuckles nervously that he has been rude to a stranger girl unknowingly, but she indifferently responds that he can keep speaking casually now. Getting to a more serious conversation, Alita questions why he came to this place, to which Sihan says the first thing he wants to do is adjust to the place by traveling around with her for a while if she allows. Alita finds this question a bit too blunt but composes herself and explains how she doesn't think it's a good idea for him, since they could get caught because of her. She also questions a now stunned Sihan on the fact that she'll be questioning herself for the reason the whole time, if he just travels with her the whole time with no proper explanation. A tortured Sihan reluctantly reveals to Alita that she'd easily get caught without him, since every time someone summons an otherworldly creature, the dimensions here shake, but since he did so himself using her, it only vibrates the dimensions a bit, so they'd be leaving traces wherever they go. Alita questions this in extreme distress and panic, but Sihan calms her down that he has covered the traces via his magic, but since the spell needs to be recasted every 2 days, so that's why he has been asking her to accompany him. Alita, now starting to relax and process this, distractedly accepts that she definitely needs him, but also puts out a much important question: but why does Sihan need her? Higher Zeon is seen to be expressing his embarrassment at his failure to his hire in Darwin and Delstray, capital of Lustenad Kingdom. He requests another chance from his hire to capture their target that slipped away last time, but the hire responds that probation is better than failing again with those useless untrained troops because the king didn't even bother trying to punish them. This shocks Zeon as he failed to comply with the king's orders, and yet they were all forgiven. Nevertheless, he keeps determined to try again to capture the 2 sword hires he encountered that day. This infuriates Darwin, and he mocks Zeon to go ahead and reclaim the honor he is talking about losing. Zeon walks down the halls thinking with surety that they went to Kagen City due to the direction they went in, so he wonders the possible place they could go to while job hunting. Since they need money to survive, he is only one place where a free hire request for work. His aim hasn't been catching the Luskan blood but to make sure by himself whether the other guy was Sung Sehan or not, and that confusion is what's been driving him to what he mentioned as restoring his honor. A servant introduces Alita and Sehan as Alita and Sean to Lord while the two awkwardly discuss in the background why Sehan went with the name Sean, so if Alita accidentally refers to him as Sehan it won't cause an issue. The two awkwardly stand there while the servant explains how the two are fighters or warriors ranked sword higher. The 6 ranks of sword hires are explained as Seed rank, they can only use fighting energy to enhance their physical capabilities. Warrior rank, they can inculcate their fighting energy into their metal weapons. Knight rank, the higher who can diffuse their fighting energy in the armor they are wearing as well. Master rank, those who can instill their fighting energy in non-metal weapons as well. Transcendent ranked are those who can imbue their fighting energy in thin air to create a blade-like weapon effect of it. A deity rank sword higher is the most superior rank, which only a few have ever been able to achieve. They are the true masters of everything possible with fighting energy. Savior Sung Sehan was one of them. But all his fighting and magic energy had been used up in his dimensional travel. Sehan thinks of his rank being so lower in a tortured and embarrassed way. But Lord Ted seems to think otherwise. He is amazed that they have a fighter rank at this young age and welcomes them. They are told to rest until tomorrow when the subjugation squad leaves. In his room, Sehan sighs and drops himself to his bed, talking in exasperation about how it's tiring to earn money and that if it was back in time, he would have just stolen from some noble's house. Alita is surprised by this and questions why the legend used to steal. He tiredly responds that his girlfriend used to be a thief, but they had a sense of righteousness to it, and they only used to steal from bad nobles. Alita thinks dumbfounded how this would have been a dangerous love story between creatures of 2 different worlds. Sehan continues to mock ironically how stealing would be hard now, so yeah, they should go for some killing and blood splattering for righteous earning. Anita boringly says this could sound wrong to anyone else hearing it. Sehan, now focused, questions whether the request was for controlling some monster. Alita briefs him on how a pack of igneous wolves has been found in the Barcelon territory, but the last subjugation squad failed due to lacking numbers, which is why they are hiring sword hires now to deal with this matter. Sehan calmly replies that 13 years ago, his first experience was with these fire-spitting wolves as they were trying to get rid of them from the woods. He then gets memories of them praising him and calling themselves a team, which frustrates him. Sehan sits up, much more serious than before, and speaks that this would help him as a warm-up since he's already lost a lot of power. Alita is baffled at this and questions how is he saying that when he beat her using just a spoon and took care of the search party knights pretty easily too. Arrogant Savior Sehan gets offended at this and exclaims how it's a lot of weakness that he had to even use a spoon to beat her. Alita thinks that his way of saying that is pretty infuriating. Then Alita just confusedly listens to a Sehan, who definitely was assuring himself that even if his powers are less he still owns a lot of experience and he has been some champion in his world too, which again is an entirely foreign term to Alita, so Sehan shrugs it off and sends her off to sleep. In the morning, Knight Ted shows an exaggerated enthusiasm to win this time while other soldiers just question the heavy armor that might not be beneficial in this fight. On the move, Sehan inquires about Alita about her arm, who thanks him for using his energy to heal her arm. He and some other soldiers then vet alarmed over the smell of sulfur around them and see the red monstrous igneous wolves with fiery eyes and mouths dangerously advancing towards them. Ted overconfidently moves ahead and throws belittling remarks at the wolves, but he is taken down before he could even have the first strike. Sehan mocks how his armor caused him to get thrown by an attack he could have defended. Ted shouts back that a knight is supposed to fight with his armor. Others try and keep fighting, a little more confident with the backup of sword higher this time. Sehan finds fighting these wolves too easy for him and he knows he can take them all, but he decides against it to avoid attention, until everyone's shock and exclamations make him turn and face the leader of the pack. And of course, this brings an evil, interested grin to Sehon's face. All the soldiers start running like cowards seeing the leader Ignia, and even Ted just puts the burden on Alita and Sehon, and runs off towards his soldiers, to which Sehon reacts unamused. He then casually laughs at how they are supposed to take all the dangerous work in this job as if those two are not just facing a pack of fire-spitting wolves. Alita listens to him calmly till he asks her to face the leader while he finished up with the rest of the pack, to which Alita is taken aback and shocked, but she tries to compose herself and nervously goes with it. The leader spits his fire filled with his fighting energy, but Alita does not cower away and smoothly attacks the leader in the face. Sehon is impressed by her, but his praise and confidence in her are cut short when they both are stunned to see Alita's sword broken by that attack on the wolf's face. The leader wildly attacks Alita and grabs her with himself. Sehon is horrified at this and runs to her rescue. Sehon was not summoned by Lusclin's sacrifice like the last time, but by linking with a summoner that is Lusclin blood, which is the reason why Sehon wants Alita's company, to protect her, because if she dies, he'll be thrown back to Earth. A panicked Sehon tries to catch up to save a pained Alita with the Wilf, but he has a hard time doing so with his low fighting energy, and his energy that changes his resemblance. Sehon panics about how he spent 10 years to be back here and prepared himself to fall into the sky nude, which he finds important as compared to someone's life, so he is not ready to go back to this type of humiliation. This pumps him enough to gather enough energy to exhibit dragon sword energy. Even though the wolf is stunned when a powerful serious Sehon catches up to him, Sehon does not have a hard time ending the leader wolf. Sehon lies around exhausted around an unconscious Alita, thinking how taking it all casually almost cost him his entire migration to Terranor. Night falls by the time Alita gets conscious, and upon being questioned about her health by Sehon, she tells she's just sore because the wolf didn't seem to intend on killing her. However, Alita then gets embarrassed by almost being a wolf's meal. Alita ponders over something for a moment and then decides to question Sehon, considering then allies, about why he has been hiding his identity when the 6 kingdoms are ruled by his 6 friends, and he technically would be treated as a royal guest here. Sehon responds with a laugh at the last statement, but then gets serious about the explanation of the betrayal he faced. He goes on to tell Alita how they threw him back with return magic right away without an ounce of hesitation, as if they had this plan together all along. He reminisces the painful memory and explains how it still feels fresh in his head, yet he doesn't understand why they do that to him, and how could he not judge any of their true intentions. After an eerie silence, Sehon looks at Alita and wonders, confused why she is not giving a shocked reaction or any reaction at all to getting involved in a war with all 6 kingdoms. Suddenly Alita concludes that he came seeking revenge, so it's understandable why he's been hiding his identity. Sehon just looks at her bewildered for a moment and then exclaims why is she so calm about the fact that they'd be going against all kingdoms. Alita, calm as ever, replies that she has been in a war for 10 years with all the Terranor due to her identity, so if she's involved in this, she will make the best out of it. Sehon, dumbfounded, just tells her she is hopelessly positive, to which she happily laughs and says she receives the same compliment from her dad. But of course, she has to clear to dense Sehon that she's talking about Karen and not the tyrant monster. Sehon suddenly gets alarmed and warns Alita that someone is approaching them. Alita and Sehon get cautious of someone heading towards them, wondering if it's an enemy, which Sehon deems impossible this early, however, and they both stay alert for whoever it is. The person sees people and starts asking for help for directions from them, unaware of the shocked faces of Alita and Sean. It was the search team's leader Higher Zeon lost in the forest. Zeon mimics their expressions when he realizes who he is facing, but before he could say anything Alita attacks him. He barely escapes, and hurriedly says he's not intending to fight them. Zeon panics again when Sehon appears behind him out of nowhere, telling him he might be honest, but he gotta take him out again just in caution. Only this time, to Sehon's utter shock, Zeon breaks free from Sehon's attack. Sehon questions Zeon about how he knew to release from a skill that only Sehon mastered in from a young age, and even his friends didn't know how to release from it. Zeon starts shuffling through his bag with determination when Sehon gets alert and mad about what he's planning on getting out, but he is left speechless midway by what Zeon presents to him through both his hands' underwear. Sehon's face loses all color at that, and after a solid moment of judgment from both Sehon and Alita when Zeon asks Sehon if it belongs to him. Sehon looks coldly at a childishly smiling Zeon and asks Alita to kill the perv chillingly. Zeon, frightened, tries to explain that he didn't intend that to come out this way, but it was his nervousness that made him sound like a pervert. Sehun remains unbothered and offended, wanting him to die when Zeon, already looking like his soul left his body, shouts nervously that he surrenders. Zeon questions him, waving underwear instead of a white flag, still wanting Alita to kill him. But then Sehun's face pales as he notices his name on the boxers, and that too in Korean, his native language. Zeon calms at this and he excitedly announces that he knew it was the savior Sung Sehun. Sehun remembers his thousands transformation wasn't cast, so he questions Zeon whether he remembers his face. Zeon shyly introduces himself as someone Sehun saved 12 years ago in Varan village. This catches Sehun's attention as he doesn't seem to recall what Zeon has been mentioning. Zeon explains he was young back when Sehun defeated all the imperial soldiers invading their villages with this same skill, and Zeon later found out it was the otherworldly savior who saved them all. Zeon's eyes start getting big and shiny like a kid as he admiringly recalls how after being a sword higher he realized how this powerful skill was learned by his Sir Sehun, who did not intend to kill the opponent even if it's his enemy. Sehun nervously chuckles, thinking how that attack was only him testing his skill, but the impact turned out to be much better than his intention. Sehun suddenly questions that if Zeon is so much younger, why doesn't he look like it, to which Zeon brightly throws a cheesy phrase that one's appearance is only a shell, it's what's inside that actually matters. Sehun cringes as that, asking where in world did he learn that from, to which he gets to know those were his own words back then, embarrassing him to no end. Sehun then asks him he's got to stop waving the underwear in their faces now, and moving around with that even if he looks up to him sounds a bit extreme. But does that affect Zeon? No. Instead, he gets even more excited, talking about he literally has everything related to Sung Sehun with him, from mini statues, stuffed toys to stories about him. Sehun couldn't get more uncomfortable with that knowledge. Only he does get more uncomfortable when Zeon explains that this underwear is most special since it was worn by Sehun when he defeated the tyrant. Zeon then gets serious, bowing down to Sehun, wanting to become his blade, explaining he only W9'd for King Rilstein because he was once Sehun's companion. Sehun considers for a moment, then questions what if he is against Rilstein now, to which Zeon, without any hesitation, replies he'll still support Sehun. Seeing the determination in the eyes of Zeon, Sehun decides to believe him and take him in his alliance by accepting his sword. Zeon proudly stands up that he'd give his best and won't let him down. He also offers to take down the rest of the Igneous wolves, to which Sehun and Alita, who has been invisible since then, look at him baffled that it's already been taken care of, as you saw the body of the leader wolf. Zeon, confused himself, questions didn't they put it out to lure the female leader, as wolves always travel with their mates. Alita and Sehun realize indeed their minds missed this detail about wolves, and to perfectly time with this realization, the female leader graces the three with her might presence. Lady leader growls at them, burning red with anger, while Sehun nervously wonders how he managed to forget such an obvious detail while their hunt. Alita adds fuel to the fire by mentioning that even a legend can overlook such details, to which an offended Sehun tries to explain that it's been a long time since he's fought them. A determined Zeon intervenes, asking his Sir Sehun to let him handle the lady wolf alone to show him his skills. Sehun, unimpressed, tells him to go ahead. Zeon prepares himself to impress Sehun as he recalls his embarrassing first impression by being struck and buried to ground twice. He gets ready to aim and imbues his fighting energy, determined to catch Sehun's eye, but that only impresses Alita, and Sehun, on the other hand, stands there bored on why is he being so dramatic. The wolf growls, and Zeon also screams, and they both entangle in a powerful fight, and Zeon actually has an upper hand against the giant angry wolf. Alita stands there amazed by Zeon's talent and how he is the one leading in fight steadfastly. She now surely thinks he went easy on her back when he attacked her. Sehun also stares thoughtfully and replies to Alita that she's pretty strong for her age, but this guy is pretty amazing. Alita sounds half offended on behalf of Zeon as she thinks he is a genius and not just a pretty amazing, to which Sehun nervously chuckles that the people he saw back then were actual geniuses, so he thought of it as pretty talented. He further clarifies that he himself is not a genius, and just as special due to him being from another world. He impressively calls Lavina a real genius, which baffles Alita. Zeon keeps fighting and even successfully lasses through the flame the wolf kept spitting, but as soon as he went on to strike the wold, the same way as Alita, the lightning magic strike throws him off in an embarrassing way. This embarrasses Alita even more since she now saw in third person how pitiful her defeat was against the male wolf earlier. Even Zeon gets up embarrassed and confused on how an Ignis wolf is using lightning attacks now. Trying to restore her embarrassment, Alita takes a step forward trying to end this now, but Seo cuts her off that he'll deal with her if she's escorted to using magic. That's when a bulb of realization lights up in Alita's head and she figures out that magic does not work on Seo. She realized that back then too the monster army was feared because magic didn't work on creatures from other worlds, and even the strongest Magians fall short in front of the otherworldly creatures. Seo moves swiftly through the flame of the wolf, arrogantly saying that won't work on him, and it's this fact that helped him survive for so long back then too. He dramatically builds that he only pretended to dodge back around people, but now he doesn't have to, but before he get more arrogant about it, he actually is struck off just as pathetically as the earlier two by the magic. Alita looks at him bored and disappointed while Zeon has his jaw hanging. Alita mocks him of this being another deja vu while Seo lies there shocked and embarrassed on how magic worked against him, as it has never happened before. The embarrassment offends Seo so much that he finishes off the fight in one strike. Zeon worriedly asks if he's okay, to which Seo just tells him to cut out the formality of using it sir with his name. Suddenly the wolf's body starts disintegrating into blue fragments of the magic energy, which confuses the three on what happened. The next morning, Lord Ted happily exclaims that it's a relief they are alive and the beasts have disappeared thanks to them and rewards them with 600 silver coins. They both walk out when Seo talks that this won't be enough for them, but it's a good reward for one job. He then childishly exclaims that they should take up multiple tasks and clear them together to earn money collectively. Aboard, Alita tells him it was just luck that they got this one work right away, else it's not easy for work to appear. Seo dejectedly agrees with her. Zeon comes back asking them if they are done with and questions that he said they needed money, so offers them a bag of 100 gold coins. Seo and Alita are left dumbfounded by that and ask where did he manage to get this much money. That seems to add salt to some wound of Zeon since he painfully and on the verge of tears reveals that he sold the otherworld's relic. In easier words, he sold Seon's underwear that was so dear to him. Seo looks at him with dread and wonders why he even bothered to ask that question while Zeon just consoles himself that it was to help his mighty Seo. Alita also looks at Seo with interest that his underwear sure turned out to be expensive, which makes Seo even more uncomfortable than before. Zeon then questions what their plans are since they now have enough money. Seo looks at the bag of gold coins and thinks where to go out of the 3 countries they could go to from Kagenou City. He thinks of going for the weakest guy first when he sees a face on one of the coins and mock laughs at the fact that he never thought he'd see one of his friend's face again on a coin. He then announces that his decision is to head towards the Jexengord Kingdom first. In Lilstein Kingdom Palace, a globe shines in the basement lab of King Lilstein on which Magion Tranden calls for the attention of King Lilstein. Lilstein questions what this is in reference, to which Tranden reluctantly explains they don't need to hire anyone to run tests on their subjects 11 and 12, which turn out to be the 2 leader wolves that Seo executed. But Lilstein and Tranden don't ponder over it much, provided those 2 subjects weren't very strong monsters of theirs. Tranden then adds even more nervously that they've lost test subject number 1. This does not go calmly for Lilstein and he goes berserk with anger on how can he be so careless when he is the head of the Blue Ivory Tower. Blue Ivory Tower is one of the 4 Magion towers, red, white, blue and black, that have existed in Terranor since ages. The first Lilstein king was the strongest Magion to ever exist, who gathered all the magic knowledge of Terranor and divided it into 4 towers to keep a record of it all. The skills and levels of magic have been divided into different floors of the towers. Lilstein has been the floor 9 skilled Magion of the Red Ivory Tower, hence why all his magic energy highlights the color red. Lilstein keeps insulting Tranden on how he isn't even qualified to be a tour leader. He only reached that point because people with more skills than him were executed. He gravely warns Tranden of a last chance to deal with subject 1 in first priority. A scared, stammering Tranden responds in affirmative, glad that at least he got one last chance. An old servant, Squire, enters the room of the first king of Jexengord Kingdom, Jexengord Rottenburg, in his capital Rattensel. The servant mentions a happy Jexengord who actually has all his reasons to be happy as he's sipping his wine with multiple fine women, surrounding his bare chest. Squire worriedly questions if his lord had a party again, to which Jexengord gets even more excited that he could not be happier with this lifestyle. Squire gets even tenser, telling him that he's been avoiding his political duties as a king and people might start bashing him if he's not working for them. But does that affect Jexengord? Not the slightest. He casually leans back sipping from his wine and questioning how this would be extravagance and overspending if he's spending his own money. Squire looks at him with a dark blank look that the problem is that the money he's calling his own is coming from his people. But just like a typical thick-head political, he arrogantly rants about how he's not tyrant like the previous ruler who imposed 60% taxes, put people to slavery, etc. To which Squire tries to knock him some sense that he did indeed put 50% taxes and force people to army, which is tyranny in itself. But Jexengord believes he earned this privilege, to torture people, just because he threw off the last tyrant king. Squire is then thrown out the room who dejectedly sighs that the king might have been a great force on battlefield, but he has zero eligibility to be a ruler. Jexengord angrily wonders if he should fire Squire when the doors bash open revealing a happy guy, Duke Keltrin, greets with a series of sweet talk for the king. This automatically puts the king in a good mood since obviously he likes Keltrin. Keltrin informs him to handle some documents. The big bulky king looks at the documents for a moment like a kid who can't even read, and then nonchalantly throws the documents, telling a shocked Keltrin to deal with the minor duties. As for him, his duty is only to protect the physically weak people. In the outskirts of Rattensel, the three musketeers stand in front of a lousy house that Sihan bought as a base, since a long stay in a motel would cause unwanted attention for them. Xian dramatically sighs that if he knew Sihan needed a house, he would have sold his own to buy a better house for him. The other two just ignore his antics and enter the house that looks like crap with all the dirt and trash. Xian enters and gives the place a death stare which creeps Alita and Sihan, who are right away thrown out of the house since Xian's OCD has been triggered. For the next couple moments, Sihan and Alita hear questionable voices from the guy cleaning the house. But the house looks spotless when they enter again, amazing the two. Xian wipes a tear seeing Sihan's impressed look, but panics on seeing a dirty spot, which earns a bored look from Sihan while Alita plots in her mind that she can just spit on ground next time she ends up facing Xian in a fight. Sihan grins evilly, ready to plot against Jexengord now that their base has been established. Xian briefs Sihan that the 6 kingdoms have been divided into 3 categories, the strong, the average and the weak kingdoms. The Lilstein Kingdom and the Irathius empires are the 2 stronger ones. The average ones include the Saffron and Fios kingdoms, whereas the weaker ones are the ones that have shown practically no progress in the past 10 years, these are the Jexengord and the their anti-kingdoms. But even so, the stronger kingdoms also aren't too strong in comparison to the rest of the kingdoms. Xian further tells him that there have been conflicts between all these kingdoms too, and gives a reference to the latest Kargan War that was a conflict between the 2 stronger kingdoms overruling the Kargan city, but the violent approach of the Jexengord king to declare a war against whoever tries to take control first. This ended up in a settlement to divide the rule over the Kargan city. Sihan processes all this and talks while they walk out that he figured they won't be on their best terms since they are rulers now, and they always have been troubled in head since they banished him. This angers Xian, who talks ill about them to kill a true hero, and he shows self-remorse for serving for those rulers. Sihan just looks at him telling him he wasn't killed. Sihan enthusiastically asks an exhausted Alita how her training has been going. She nervously tries to show him her failed attempt of thousands change energy that change her to a hideous manly face for a moment, and then it just changes back to normal face. Sihan could not control his laugh at how she looked, but Alita is not amused, only pressurized about not being able to control this transformation. Sihan consoles her that she doesn't need to rush and should try to calmly have the fighting energy solidify an imaginary make-up over her face. Alita listens to him with focus and then patiently tells him that it's the 3rd time he's given her the same explanation, and he should try explain it some other way if he can. Sihan chuckles, telling her he doesn't understand it completely either, he's just phrasing how Leviné explained it to him. Alita asks him to explain how he mastered it then. Sihon reckons it impossible, which confuses both Zeon and Alita. Sihon explains that the bodies have similar properties of people from Earth and Terranor, but how they perceive magic and fighting energy is different. These two aren't things one is born with, and one has to find it in himself, which is a very hard thing for a Terranor being to do, but it's relatively much easier for an Earthling to do. A creature from any world, when crosses dimensions, their body and mind are reconstructed, which is why their strength is increased. Sihon explains this is why he easily mastered these two in just 3 years. This impresses Zeon, who has shine in his eyes for his lord Sihon, while Alita is infuriated at how this is so unfair. She calls it a scam, to which Sihon says he already told her he is not a prodigy of all this stuff, just special. He further tells her to try and figure out this learning on her own. Upon pondering over this information, Alita throws in an interesting question that if this reconstruction theory is true, that means if a being from here crosses dimensions and returns, their strengths would be affected by it. Sihon's eyes go wide at this thought and he calls it a possibility. The conversation is interrupted by a loud noise and shaking near them, which alarms them, questioning if it's an earthquake. But Sihon senses some energy around him that makes him doubt something he does not expect. They are some lion-like monsters named Ryokan that are attacking people who are in panic trying to save themselves. Sihon saves one of the people while the three prepare to face them. The three are puzzled at the possibility of finding 30 Ryokans appearing in the main city and attacking people, making them seriously question the security and regulations of the city. Sihon still deems it impossible for these monsters to appear that randomly in a city hidden by forests and does not think of it as a mere chance. Even though Sihon can attract unwanted attention with this, but he considers it a priority to fight and save the people around them, which is supported by Alita and Zeon. They start fighting of the Ryokans when some soldiers behind them halt them. Seeing the Jacksongord Knights relieves the three that the monsters would be taken care of easier now, but the Knights only order the three to stop and back off, which irritates Alita, that their priority should be to hunt down the monsters first rather than stopping people trying to help save lives. The knight only gets harsher in tone, telling them to back off since it's the king's orders, which baffles them. Sihon suddenly feels another familiar energy around him and looks around frantically, sure that his former ally Jacksongord is around somewhere. Jacksongord enters with an attitude, questioning arrogantly about the audacity of some low-life beasts to try and harm his people. And he dramatically announces that he is here to save lives now. Like and subscribe to our channel for more interesting recaps like this. Jacksongord appears, asking his knights to defend the citizens while he takes care of those monsters. Jacksongord grins, thinking of defeating those lion-like beasts as a form of exercise for his body, ready to attack them. He starts fighting them off one by one with 2 huge axes in his hands, while the citizens stand there impressed by the strength of their king. The Ryokans start running away, but Jacksongord does not allow them to do that, and stomps his foot on the ground, instilling a battle seal around him. Zeon is shocked to see a battle seal being applied for the first time in his sight, while Alita questions being foreign with the term. Zeon explains that it's a transcendent ranked sword hire's ability to use his combat energy to apply a magic seal around him. Meanwhile, he uses his hand of a giant to finish them off and win the hearts of his citizens. Alita looks at the monster-like king while Zeon nervously thinks of the powers and abilities of a transcendent ranked sword hire. Sihon just stands there unamused. Sihon figures out the scenario that all this chaos was planted here for the king to gain trust and support of his citizens. He understands this being the reason why they were stopped from fighting off the beasts, because that way the king wouldn't have been able to showcase his powers. He knows this would work for the citizens, but he is mad that Jacksongord would stoop this low even though he used to have such a strong belief, even with his violent personality. It infuriates him to see his former ally act all arrogant and genuine while people cheer for him. That's when he connects some more shocking dots. He realizes that dumb Jacksongord has no idea this was a planted attack. He looks at a pleasant Jacksongord, knowing that this was a show from his subordinates pleasing him while they mess with the state's affairs. Sihon stands there disappointed at all of this when Jacksongord looks towards him with wide eyes, which scares Sihon. Jacksongord finds him different and unusual, knowing he hasn't seen that face before, but just lets it go and moves back towards his palace. Sihon ponders to himself that even with that stupidity in his head, Jacksongord's physical abilities are still up to the mark and haven't deteriorated a single bit. He decides that he needs to wait and work for the right time to reveal himself to Jacksongord instead of doing it right away. 10 days pass while the three settle in the capital and work on themselves. Alita finally starts to understand the basics of thousands, change energy, and gains control to slightly change her appearance. Zeon learns about mountain breaking art from Sihan, a fighting technique that was created by Sihan himself. Meanwhile, Sihan worked on himself to improve his magic and combat energy and managed to increase it 3 times to that of when he came here. While the three kept working on themselves to be better versions of themselves, the King's Knights announced that some evil pagans in Berselt have been controlling monsters to cause chaos and disturbance among citizens, so a team needs to be assembled for this expedition. The three look at the notice and Sihan questions about the pagans, to which Zeon explains that it's a clan of dimensions that worships Hirus, the true god of the outside world, and even though they were subjugated by the tyrant king back then, looks like they have managed to reassemble their forces again. Sihan laughs and mocks those people to still be believers of religion, but his amusement is cut short when Zeon tells that they are called the second coming of Sihan. Those people believe that Sihan was the son of Hirus and was summoned here to defeat the monster king who used to torture people. They believe Sihan wanted to take people back to his world, Earth, but before he could do that he was forcefully sent back by the 6 evil revolutionary heroes, his former friends, so he went back to Hirus. Sihan listens to this agitated at the half-truth and half-lie. But he lets this go and talks the two into joining the expedition since Jacksongord would definitely lead it on his own, and there will be lesser guards outside the capital so they can corner him much easily. At the assembling of the team, Count Keltrin introduces himself as the leader of the expedition, throwing all of Sihan's master plan down the drain while Alita innocently mocks a dejected Sihan about it. Sihan thinks of the torture they'd have to go through due to the failure of their plan, but then considers it an opportunity to work good enough to be in the sight of Keltrin and get a chance to approach Jacksongord later. But Sihan also wonders how Jacksongord missed such an opportunity to involve in physical combat. Keltrin, on the other hand, thinks of the pain he had to go through to convince his king to not rush into leading the expedition, and wonders what mess he's gotten himself into. Keltrin was actually asked for this expedition by Trendon of the Blue Ivory Tower. He was also asked to keep this issue a secret from Jacksongord and deal with it using manpower other than official military. He was also offered 6 Magians and some Lion Knights to aid him, so all he had to do was recruit a small team and lead the expedition. Keltrin accepted this offer due to the debt on his head from the Blue Ivory Tower, so he leads his team to their aim. The pagan leader, Lakran, addresses his tribe, telling them that the non-believers have decided to fight against them, but they need not to fear, as according to their god, Hirus, it is the death that gives them true freedom. A death that's not by selfish means, but for means of freeing others. He asks the ones chosen for sacrifice to step forwards and not be afraid, so 3 of the pagans step forward, foolishly happy to sacrifice their lives. Lakran summons the dragon of Hirus to receive the devotion of those believers, who fascinate over the sight of the dragon only to get literally consumed by the dragon the very next moment, as the form of some sacrifice. Lakran announces this as an accept of this sacrifice. Lukran thinks to himself that glad this trick succeeded this time too. He looks at the ashes of Heart of Lusklin blood that he owns and understands that these ashes, along with the sacrifices, will make the dragon suffice to his wishes for however long he wants. But he also wonders that he needs to keep the dragon to listen to him to fool the people he has coaxed into his agenda. He sadistically thinks of enjoying this till it all lasts. The expedition team camps at a spot in the forest, to which Zeon worries of the disorderly state this team is in as compared to official military. He worries how they'll fight if they can't even maintain an order and simple team management. Alita listens to him and mocks him for being a high and might knight not knowing the ways of such mercenaries. Zeon listens to this and retaliates with a taunt to Alita's blue blood. They both stare murderously at each other when Sihan intervenes, telling Zeon to watch his words, as someone hearing those words would be dangerous and troublesome for them. Zeon panics at offending his Sihan and apologizes over it. Sihan changes the flow of conversation, telling them to eat, which excites Zeon to cook for his ideal savior. As Zeon prepares a stew, Sihan offers his disappointment at the redundant menu, to which Alita thoughtfully starts explaining how it has got all sources of nutrients, while Sihan wonders why is she even explaining all this. Sihon waves her off, telling he just doesn't find it good outside, to which Alita mentions that they're only eating to survive, not for flavor. Zeon cuts them off, announcing their stew is ready, but to their shock, it tastes way more delicious than they expected. Zeon pleasantly explains that cooking is his hobby, so he plays around with ingredients. Zeon further explains that recipes are like precious treasures to chefs, and he'd be stressed whenever his palace chef would ask him for this vegetable stew recipe. They both listen to it while Alita fondly asks him for another bowl of it. Suddenly it starts raining, and everyone on the team just starts rushing into their camps to avoid rain. Sihon sighs, disappointed that it's harder to sense stuff in rain, and instead of anyone being on guard, everyone's rushing to a shade. Alita continues that the main power of that cult comes from the demons, so it's safer for them as beasts avoid rain. Zeon explains that even so, someone should be on alert as controlled beasts could be forced into rain against their wills. Sihon denied this, telling them that animal instincts can never be disregarded no matter what the control. Sihon confidently announces that no demon would move in this rain, only to himself exclaim a nervous enemy invasion. Demons enter their campsite, making Sihon wonder if things changed here in the last 10 years. The leader announces for everyone to make a circular formation for attack. One of the mercenaries attacks a demon, thinking they got one, only to be thrown away by it. The demons keep their stance even after being brutally injured, making everyone confused on their persistence. People realize that the control demons won't back off, and the only solution is killing them. Sihon orders others to start killing the demons off one by concentrating on one demon at a time. The mercenaries attack while the Lion Knights ponder over Sihon heavy a strong stance and being useful, commanding the people. Amidst such a chaos, while a coward Keltron just thinks of how those knights are supposed to protect him. The two keep on observing Sihon, smirking that a guy on this level could serve them very useful. Sihon and the others fight tirelessly, with those demons succeeding in defeating them. Everyone exclaims joyously over defeating 44 demons, while Sihon in the background wonders how all of the beasts appeared, and not a single of those tried running away. His mind cannot comprehend the possibility of magic controlling the consciousness of something to this extent that they have zero control left over themselves. He has never seen such a thing before. Sihon's eyes wander off to 4 Magians, discussing something very seriously, making Sihon realize that this wasn't just a simple expedition, and there was definitely more to it. Sihon grins at this. Coward Keltron orders everyone to keep their guard up or they'll be punished. People badmouth him behind, talking about he hid during the attack and he only knows how to talk big. They curse at how their loss would have been reduced if they Lion Knights and Keltron participated. Even Zeon and Alita talk about his incompetence as a leader and his selfish behavior. Sihon, while fixing his tent, tells them that he's always been like that, causing both of them to turn their attention to Sihon, asking if he knows Keltron from before. Sihon adds he's only heard a little about Keltron from around, knowing that he's got the body of a sage and the mind of a beast. Zeon ponders over it, thinking maybe Keltron isn't as useless as it seems, when he clicks that Sihon's statement about his body and mind sounds quite opposite than usual, to which Sihon chuckles that he didn't mix the example and Keltron is in fact dumb and coward, yet he's always managed to somehow survive all kinds of situations around him. Sihon mocks the fact that Keltron is a count now, while Alita wonders that there must be something about Keltron that he's reached such a status. Everyone is taken to Zard village, where they are appreciated and told to relax for the night so their second expedition for the cult can begin the next day. Some mercenaries happily talk on how this has been the best treatment as the mercenary ever. Sihon hears the people and think on how they were badmouthing a day ago and are now happy with their leader. He compares this nature to his people back on Earth, when Zeon announces their beds are ready to rest on. Sihon lies on his bed exhausted as ever and ready to rest, when his name is called, causing him distress. Dina, the apprentice of Black Knighthood Foreman, requests him to follow her since Magayon Habark and Higher Joldarin are interested in seeing him and his companions. She takes them to their rest area and is about to leave when she notices Alita's age and looks up to her for being in a fighter rank at such a young age. The three enter the room and are introduced to Habark and Joldarin, who show them a map pointing out the base of the cult they are aiming at. He tells them that the beasts were under a spell that had them completely under control, to which Zeon agrees, and tells it was his first time noticing the beasts not affected by rainstorm. They are impressed at some mercenaries noticing such details, and they ask them if they could keep a secret, to which Sihon confidently asks for their benefit in it. The Magayon, liking the stance, offers them 10 gold coins and tells them that the cult has only been using sorcery by sacrificing human lives in order to produce this control over beasts. He explains that sorcery is an unstructured and disordered form of magic that uses blood and lives to produce their spells. Sihon questions that has the cult been using sorcery instead of magic, to which Magayon denies, and starts to explain what's rather an embarrassing part for them, that this spell to control beasts has been a top-secret spell of the Blue Ivory Tower. He explains that a high-ranked Magayon Rockrin used to be a part of Blue Tower's secret and dangerous experiments due to his talent and skills, but due to his desire to work on more and more, he accidentally let loose some dangerous subject beasts that they were experimenting on, receiving a 4-element punishment. The punishment being using fire, earth, water, and wind to execute the person. Zeon is shocked and calls out what kind of experiment could lead to such a sentence of execution, to which he is told to keep his words careful. Zeon suddenly panics and starts bowing an apology for crossing the line. The Magayon tells them they only need to know what the job is, so listen carefully. He further explains that somehow Rockrin managed to escape his cell before execution, and not only that, he took a test subject along with him. A beast that has the power to put other beasts around him under its control. Sihon is shocked at this information. What they still don't know is that Rockrin's parent has been a higher member of the cult that is second coming of Sihon, and the beast is being used to strengthen the cult's force. Joldarin then explains that the main motive of this subjugation is to execute that beast and remove the traces that link it to the Blue Tower, and they could use the skills of the three to succeed in the mission they're on. Sihon fakes an excited expression, acting that they're thrilled to be working with such high knights and Magayans, and he's sure that they together can take down even a dragon. Habark agrees and tells him that he is right about this. The beast they're going to defeat is in fact Dragon, the Earth Dragon. This leaves Sihon stunned and speechless.
The revenge trio sits beside a pond doing their laundry while talking about the events of last night. Sihon tells them that fighting the Earth Dragon would be a hard job, provided he's already weak on his powers. Zeon questions the need for recruiting so many hires and Magayans. This makes Sihon wonder if taking up the offer was a good idea, which he himself counters with how they must have gotten rid of the three if they declined, since they are aware of the Ivory Tower secret now. He also adds that they still might try and do that after their work is done. Alita and Zeon look at him for a proper moment, making Sihon arrogantly think that the two must not have thought this thoroughly, only to be proven wrong when Alita counters him, saying he's wrong since Zeon must have intentionally tried pondering over the secret experiment, and if their plan was killing the three they wouldn't have hidden this in the first place either. She also adds that they didn't get much into the other details either, but told us enough to not consider it simple orders, so they must need them. This somewhat embarrasses Sihon for underestimating both of their thinking capabilities, since they both were very much aware and thoughtful during the whole scenario. Zeon then questions Sihon for his motives with this plan, to which he smiles that going with the flow might provide them with some information to approach Jexengord. Sihon and Zeon then banter about the close tension between them relevant to the underwear fiasco, when some pleasant ladies approach them intended on their own laundry and offer them nicely to rest in the village. The two guys respectfully respond and take their leave, while Alita just looks a bit reserved. Right when their backs face the women, something monstrous shines in their eyes and the women suddenly pounce to attack the three, but Alita, walking in proximity, reacts with perfect timing, making the guys and even those women shocked at Alita expecting something like this from such a pleasant facade and reacting with such accuracy. Three of them paced themselves to face the cult fanatics, in midst of which Sihon questions how Alita figured this ambush, to which she just says she didn't expect it, she was just cautious as a habit whenever someone approaches her. This creates a rather funny image in the head of Sihon when he pictures an unamused blank Alita looking at the previously happy and friendly women talking and wondering what moment they'll stab her for no apparent reason. The creepy fanatic women just look at the three murderously chanting how death is their only ultimate success that they will achieve and go to heaven with. Their eyes scare Alita, who exclaims to the others to be careful because of that look, but literally 10 seconds later Alita and Zeon just stand behind Sihon looking at all the maniac women lying unconscious by the ultimate powerful Sung Sihon. Alita sheepishly says that maybe only the eyes were the different thing about them, to which an unamused Seo boringly lectures her that not everyone can be a berserker, they were some old ladies not warriors. Seo then wonders why the three were targeted at such an area only to see clouds from chaos and fight rising from the trees. They realize that the believers have attacked the entire subjugation, to which Seo clenches his jaws in anger for leisurely doing laundry while there's such a havoc out there. They figure that the whole village has been a den for the cult while they resided in it. The village is in utter chaos and damage with fire and blood all around while the maniac believers of the cult chant about going to heaven and attack the subjugation venomously. The Magians and knights fight the people out of their minds only to be burdened by demonic beasts attacking them. The knights still don't lose their guard and keep on defeating the beasts, along with wondering what kind of demonic city are they in for the trouble to just keep coming and coming to them non-stop. Magian Habark tells the Joldarin that the heretics must have controlled all the beasts over the entire mountain range, which shocks him, wondering how vast the mind-controlling capability of the dragon is. But he consoles himself that this means that the dragon is at least 500 years old, only to be tortured again by Habark, who reveals that it's just a 100-year-old dragon with increased mind-controlling powers via experiments. Joldarin pales at the revelation that this dragon must be strong then, but this time Habark actually tells a bit reassuring fact that it's just his mind-controlling ability that's been affected more than they expected, not the physical, fighting or magic powers. But this isn't as reassuring, since it doesn't mean the rest of its powers are less, it's just the calculations were accurate. Their panic is cut short when they notice the beasts heading to tavern where their mighty superior Keltrin is in hiding. Keltrin starts shivering, shouting and at most crying like a coward that the knights should have been guarding him and this was supposed to be a safe place, when even his current guard are shaken a bit at the sight of the demons, but Seo, Zeon and Alita appear at the perfect moment to deal with the issue at hand. Seo is approached by the knight, who gets to know that the rest of their subjugation is in ambush too. He tells Seo to protect Count Keltrin, to which Keltrin also cowardly orders to do so, making Seo have funny disappointed expressions at this. Suddenly, Seo becomes hyper-aware of a presence approaching his side. A presence none other than the Earth Dragon. As the Black Lion Knights manage to fight away most of the beasts, a new wave of panic occurs when everyone on the subjugation notices the Earth Dragon out on the open ready to fight them. Nobody expected to face the dragon this soon, but the knights try to calm themselves that they have a strong team of knights and Magians at the moment. The Magians prepare their defensive spells while being a teeny bit relieved that the dragon's physical strengths are exactly according to their calculations, so they would be able to handle this with the knights. But the knights are flushed already with fighting all those beasts and worry about facing the dragon at the moment. Joldarin still worries that the dragon still has strong powers, to which Habark calls it a probability of 4% that his abilities will grow further. Once again, this doesn't serve as a reassurance for Joldarin, but he redeems his composure, thinking it is what it is and the knights are supposed to back down, so they should ready themselves to fight. All the Black Lion Knights face the dragon with their unique iron wall technique, which impresses Zeon a bit, while Seo just looks at it as a picture of Jexengord's past image, but he does not see it as a strong stance, rather a dumb, thoughtless move that could cost them more than they expect. He observes the moves and fights thoroughly, understanding that everything about the technique is just the same as the Jexengord he knew from 10 years ago. Suddenly, he realizes and smiles to the fact that then the weaknesses of Jexengord and his knights will still be the ones he knows too. Seo then comes back to reality and the three head to face the dragon, knowing that they won't win without aid. That's when a forgotten Keltrin intervenes, selfishly, telling them to lead him towards the safer route since he's gonna be next after the knights, which earn him many disappointed looks, but it does not pay them any heed. The coward Count just keeps screaming at them absurdly while they try and figure out what to do with him. That's when Keltrin realizes that they're gonna make him pass out and go ahead to do whatever they want. Seo nervously tries to do so, but Keltrin catches on it and mocks them for thinking so, but before they could think of any other way to get rid of Keltrin, a huge weight hits his head, making him pass out. Dina turns out to be getting rid of the unnecessary annoyance. After appreciating Dina with genuine expressions, they go ahead to aid the knights om the fight, who seem to be exhausted like hell with all the labor they went through in a single day. Not being able to hold themselves anymore, the knights try and dodge the foot of the dragon that hits hard on the ground, but Knight Living bears the force od it and is thrown away, but before his flying body could reach the dragon, Alita attacks the dragon and the other two save Living. Joldarin addresses Sihan, who explains Keltron's fainting with an excuse and how they came to help, along with mentioning the close save of Living's life. Joldarin appreciates Sihan at all this effort and saving their lives when he notices Alita holding her arm in pain. Sihan worriedly asks her if she's fine, to which she tells him that the powers of dragon are much more than she expected, so her attack resulted in a reactive injury to her own arm. Sihan seriously tries telling everyone that they need to target the scales of the dragon first, because it's hard to directly hurt the dragon with their normal attacks, but his mouth suddenly hangs open with eyes wide in speechlessness when the dragon panics at Alita's blood on its face and runs away scared, and something just like it wasn't a well-trained old dragon to have great powers. Everyone just stands there questioning what just happened, wondering whether it was phobia of blood or something else, but they are too tired to do anything else than letting it settle for them. The attack ends there, and a few of the so-called believers are held and tied to be mocked by others for using their legend's name like that, to which they still reply adamantly that Sihan's savior would save them. Sihan, overhearing this, just goes for a "I want" in his head and leaves. Alita and Sihan talk about the loss due to the ambush, along with discussing that the rest of the people must have ran away by now, and the dragon and Lakran must also be in some proper hiding by now, so this subjugation can be considered as somewhat a success. Meanwhile, in a random cave, Lakran worries in exhaustion about why does the dragon not listen to him at all anymore, while the dragon just lies there unbothered about the presence. Lakran keeps trying for about 4 days to convince the monster to obey him and attack the rest of the subjugation, but the monster pays literally no heed to any words from Lakran, as if there's no such existence. He thinks of his evil plan of needing the dragon to attack people who are after his life, with stealing and running away with all the money and jewelry he has taken from the stupid believers as form of their donations. Lakran threatens the dragon to wake up and shoos him off with the traces of Lusklan blood, only to receive the shock of his life that it gets the dragon's reaction, but not the way he expected. Instead, the powder in his hand starts burning, making Lakran throw it off and wonder what's happening. He looks at the menacing dragon with fear enough that his body already looked like the soul left it. He further is affirmed that indeed his soul is about to leave his body is when he notices that even the mind control magic has been broken and the dragon is free now. And what else would a free dragon do than eating away a person who used to control it and is being extremely annoying Ariand. So that's how the Ort with Lakran comes to an end. The especially selected part of subjugation to capture Lakran and the dragon reach the cave where the dragon resides and wonder what would be the dragon doing in there, where Lakran would be, and what are the possibilities of the controlled beasts still lurking around. In the midst of this important mission, Joldarin and Habark talk about the elephant in the room. Why is Keltron accompanying them as a liability? This is when they argue on how Keltron weighed the possibility of staying back with the soldiers in a region where beasts can attack or wandering off with stronger knights to an even more dangerous place. So he obviously chose the latter to follow. And not as a joke, but Keltron actually had a proper image of weighing the two options and choosing one. Getting back on track, Habark tells them that he's affirmative that the dragon resides here, as he used confession magic on the hostages to get them to tell all of the stuff to them. They mention that the normal confession magic didn't work much, but as soon as they used some unknown black powder, they succeeded in extracting the needed information. Sihan wonders about what the pewter could be. That's when everyone feels a good sense of battle intent from the cave as they see the eyes of the dragon shine from there, looking at them with literal flames and ice. Everyone gets into their battle position ready to face the dragon, but everyone was left too stunned to react as soon as they came to face the dragon out of the cave. Its size has increased much bigger than before, that causes everyone to panic and worry. They all wonder how the dragon became so large just in a span of 4 days. Joldarin grins evilly that no matter how he grew up this much or whatever the reason be, it's not a problem for him and he'll defeat the dragon to show him what kind of strong powers a BLCK Lion Knight has in itself. Similarly, Habark also remarks about how the presence of too many people and too many beasts didn't allow him to flex his magic, but now he has enough fighting energy and power and everyone else is not tired either, so this time the battle can actually shift their way even if the dragon magically increased in size. Everyone uses their fighting energy and spells in a combination for the dragon such that the Magians work in a way to attack while the knights use their energy in a defensive manner. This impresses Zeon as a technique and even Sihan calls it a nice move, and if it remains stable they won't even have the need to intervene in all this. But once again, another situation cuts Sihan off to leave him shocked with eyes out of his sockets yet another time. All the defensive and attacking magic is vanished right in an instant just by the looks of the dragon that completely backfired their plan. This time, the dragon looks like an otherworldly monster with no control whatsoever, creating havoc all over by throwing fire from his mouth. Even Sihan feels the heat of the fire, which makes him realize that his magic nullification doesn't work on this dragon either, confusing him yet again. He then notices how half the people have already been taken down and Magians are just ordinary here since the creature is resistant to magic. This is when Sihan makes a very risky decision of saving lives. Sihan risks his appearance being unveiled by displaying his fighting energy and exert it to get ready to face the dragon on his own, only for the sake of saving lives. Sihan prepares himself by exhibiting a strong aura of his fighting energy, surprising every single person out there, include Alita and Zeon, who did not expect Sihan to go ahead and showcase the actual talents he owns. Zeon figures it's the high-ranking aura of the savior that he only heard of in the legendary stories. The Black Lion Knights are shocked along with Alita to see Sihan's powers, while Zeon just stands there impressed, explaining to Alita that it's a high-ranked skill that was created to defeat Tyrant King's monsters and is way too strong as compared to other auras. Sihan proceeds with his heaven-breaking aura to attack the dragon to affect his scales, but feels annoyed at the same time for not being able to use the actual power he owns. The knights realize that he's no ordinary mercenary and is even stronger than them, but nobody recognizes him due to the weakness in his powers except for one person. Zeon and Alita try to aid Sihan in the fight, but the tough creature doesn't allow them to intervene, but this still doesn't faze Sihan, who's determined to end this even if his identity is revealed. Sihan's warned about the dragon using all his powers, so Sihan exhibits even more energy than before, turning his heaven-breaking aura into Death Dragon aura to finish the dragon, fighting for his life in a single blow worth 1,000 blows. Sihan sighs in relief, seeing the dead dragon satisfied by the execution. While the others just stand there in disbelief at an ordinary ranked mercenary killing a dangerous otherworldly creature single-handedly without getting hurt at all. Sihan looks bothered and uncomfortable at this, even thought he knew everyone's gonna stare once he does something like that. He doubts of everyone identifying himself, but only receives words of how everyone is amazed and impressed by what he just did. This leaves Sihan confused, unable to know how to react and cover the situation up, as the knights keep questioning why he's been working as an ordinary free hire with skills that he owns. Sihan figures that his weaker powers gave him the benefit of everyone just assuming it as his talent and not some unusual powers. He feels a mix of emotions at the fact that his self from 10 years ago could have dealt with such a monster in a single blow, but he lets it pass, thinking that at least this expedition is over. He is interrupted by Joldarin questioning on why he's been hiding his identity and abilities, since his skills don't fall behind in any way as compared to the Black Lion Knights, so what's his reason behind using the mask of being an ordinary user rank? Sihan nervously thinks of an excuse when Zeon intervenes in rescue, explaining how his big brother has been training in the mountains since years and is not accustomed to working as a mercenary since long, so he suggested him to work as a user rank first to gain experience of living such a life. He tries to wave the situation off by explaining that it's kind of necessary for free hires to be able to hide their true identities due to the work they do. In all this rant, what the knights focus on hearing as a priority is Zeon calling Sihan an older brother, while it looks quite the opposite to them. Lucky to them, the knights buy the story and Seo just chuckles awkwardly agreeing along that this proved a great experience for him and he hopes he has been a help to them, and if so then he'll be happy to receive some bonus rewards for this. Joldarin smiles in comfort understanding the money-making nature of Seo and informs that he'll be receiving his reward back in the city, to which an actor Seo reacts gratefully. Seo genuinely thanks Zeon for covering up for him, to which Zeon waves it off saying his hard work to hide the identity and adjust the strength to not reveal his true self shouldn't have been gotten caught, so he did what he had to. This catches Alita's attention, who discreetly whispers to Seo on Zeon not knowing he's lost some of his strength. Seo gives a justification that it's not an easy thing to do to share your weaknesses once you've been betrayed by all of your own close friends. He explains that he only told Alita because it was something inevitable to share with her. He further sighs in relief to Alita that he wasn't caught by the gambling move he made by using that aura in front of everyone. He says that only a super sharp-sighted person would be able to spot his true self with his current energy level. Alita spots a distressed guy over the back who's been a former acquaintance to Savior Seo and is known to have a sharp sight, getting Seon's attention to none other than Mr. Coward Keltron. The expedition comes to an end with a few lives lost and the body of Lakran and the dragon being burned down by magic to remove traces. This makes Seo notice on how magic works on the bodies of otherworldly creatures and they disappear to it even though it doesn't work on alive otherworldly creatures. He notices another detail that this happened to the female Ignis Wolf too, but not to the male leader. The night before the squad returns to Jexengord, Seo faces a scared and shocked Keltron with an evil grin. If you guys are new to the channel, I got you covered with all good content like this, so feel free to hit that subscribe button and join us on the road into 100,000 sub. And if you guys enjoy the video or if you guys find it interesting, let me know by dropping a like on it as well, would be seriously appreciated. Let's continue. Seo knocks on Keltron's door telling him to address the elephant in the room, but a nervous Keltron feigns confusion questioning what this is about and how they should be asleep. Seo looks confused for a moment and then exclaims to Keltron to speak up, which scares Keltron enough to call Seo Savior Seo. Keltron's face pales while Seo grins evilly since he was right about Keltron figuring out his identity. Seo sits across from Keltron impressed that he figured this out, unlike the sword hires, which makes Keltron confess that he has met him a few times and has seen him fight, so he was able to pick up the similarities even though the power differed from before. Keltron simultaneously wonders why would a savior be in disguise if he's back. He thinks that even if it's to not be troubled or disturbed, Seo has still been putting way too much effort for this little a reason. This makes Keltron voice out his thoughts to Seo on whether he still has enemies in Terranor. This surprises Seo on how easily Keltron has been putting the pieces of the puzzle together, so he questions back to Keltron on why would he think so. Keltron nervously answers in honesty that there have been rumors of him being forced back to Earth by the 6 rulers since he left out of nowhere, and even though the rumor was ignored as provided the strength of Seo, the other 6 would be stupid to assume they'll be safe even after sending him back. He tells that seeing Seo back made his mind wander back to the said rumor. Seo scrutinizes Keltron impressively to how he figured out every detail so easily by just spotting Seo back in a disguise. He wonders why Keltron is referred to as a beast brain when he can work his brain this well. Seo smiles, asking what would Keltron's reaction be if the rumor turns out to be the truth. Keltron analyzes the situation in his head, knowing that it seems weird for it to be true, but if it is in fact the truth, then Seo is definitely back for revenge and he's only going to get rid of any hindrances in his plan. This realization makes Keltron's brain melt and his soul leave his body as he gets down on his knees in front of a bewildered Seo, pleading him to not kill him. He starts ranting about the family dependent on him who'd be on streets if he dies. Seo looks at the situation in horror, figuring out the reason of him being called a beast brain. Keltron has always been the one to succumb to fear, and he only works his brain well and confident when he's sure of the situation being a safe one for him. Seo asks a bawling Keltron to get up since he doesn't plan on killing him, to which Keltron pledges his alliance to Seo, ready to betray Jexengord. Seo smiles confidently, telling Keltron that it'll be with a cost, and hits Keltron's chest with some energy while the dumb count starts panicking that he's about to die, only to be told that Seo inly used the exploding aura on him. Exploding aura is a skill of Sihon to implant a bomb energy in someone's chest and cause it to explode anytime he wants, but the skill doesn't work on sword hires and magians. Sihon claims that Keltron's life is now in his hands while Keltron simply sighs in relief that he's alive. This confuses Sihon on Keltron not worrying about the aura, to which Keltron easily explains that of course he'll support the savior instead of the guys who are trying to destroy them with their bad ruling, and as long as he proves his loyalty, he knows Sihon won't use anything against him. Sihon leaves the place to meet Alita, who's been on a lookout for him. She asks in worry if he's feeling weak with all the fighting and the exploding aura, to which Sihon sarcastically replies of using something that doesn't exist. Turns out that the exploding aura is only a rumored skill to play mentally with the opponent and instill fear in them. The skill is not even possible to exist. This somewhat offends Alita, feeling like being scammed like many other people. The two walk off discussing the expedition and wondering the link between the female Ignis wolf and the dragon. Sihon thinks of the two linking back to the experiments going on in the Blue Ivory Tower. This makes Alita share one of her own confusions with Sihon. She talks about the black powder that they saw being used to control the beasts, to which Sihon intervenes that it indeed was something weird and too strong to have the ability to take over someone's mental state completely. But this isn't what Alita's point of worry has been. She shares of having an eerie and ominous feeling when she saw the powder being used, something so strange that she couldn't describe it other than having dozens of bugs crawling up her body. She speaks, almost distraught, that the moment she saw the powder, it made her want to cry. Lilstein uses the black powder to control another being and tells him to kill himself, which the guy begins to comply to but starts gaining his sanity a bit last moment to falter and be aware of what he's been doing. Lilstein is annoyed by the fact that no matter how much heart powder he uses, he can't control anyone enough to make them kill themselves, so he simply burns the person with magic. He keeps wondering how he can achieve perfect mind control. Meanwhile, Keltron briefs Jexengard about the events of the subjugation and how the real aim was to target a dragon that has been living there for about 300 years. He briefs Jexengard about the injuries and the events, leaving out the detail linking to the Blue Ivory Tower. He tells that the dragon's identity was kept a secret by the cult, taking the blame of the events that occurred due to the dragon. This infuriates Jexengard, who's always eager to fight, that he should have been the one to be gone on the subjugation, since it would have been thrilling for him to have faced and taken down the dragon. Keltron apologizes nervously, but Jexengard lets it go, knowing that Keltron was unaware of the existence of the dragon. The two captains from Black Lion Knights discuss about the people who made great contribution in the subjugation, interested in knowing them and recruiting them as Black Knights, but the three have already joined Keltron's knightage, which kind of annoys them, but they let it go, considering them the people not worthy of being knights since they went for a job with more money and less work. Keltron meets with Sihon in his mansion and briefs him about saying whatever he was told to say and using their fake identities to recruit them as his knights for an annex building that is a bit isolated from notice. Sihon listens to all this with a satisfaction and jokes about the only task being left is them getting on their knees to pledge an oath to Keltron. This successfully triggers Keltron as his face loses its color and his jaw drops at this. Keltron panics that this humble behavior of such an esteemed personality for him almost gives him a heart attack every time. Keltron then nervously pries on when is he planning on killing Jexengard if he's here for a revenge, which makes Sihon laugh out loud at the thought of killing someone just for betraying him. He tells Keltron that he has no motive of killing anyone since they sent him back alive and unharmed too, and they just lost all of affection and care of Sihon for them, which is not worth killing. Sihon speaks darkly that he won't be killing them, fully showing that he has something evil up his sleeve. A flashback of a battlefield from the tyrant's rule shows a Saffron sitting by fire in deepest of thoughts when Jexengard approaches him asking him to go celebrate their victory. Saffron speaks that this victory doesn't entirely belong to them entirely, and this fight was against the half-brother of the tyrant leader, and they didn't win because of their fight but because the Tyrant King himself had his brother's army backstab him and get his brother killed. Jexengard takes it all as a joke of the beheaded brother looking furious at his backstabbing king brother, and he understands that bloodline does not matter in politics and it's just winning that matters. Saffron smiles at how simple the thinking mechanism of Jexengord is and envies him for it, alongside asking him to think of who'd be the leader if they succeed in killing the tyrant. All Jexengord thinks about it how it'll be peaceful to have that environment, but he adds that it'll probably be Sihan. Saffron proceeds to out a thought in Jexengord's head that would they even remain forever friends with Sihan, provided they just witnessed a brother's betrayal a while back. Jexengord wakes up on his training ground realizing that he dreamt of a memory from such a long time ago and thinks of the decision they made, but he's violently interrupted by someone trying to get into the middle of his training even though he specifically told the guards to not be disturbed. A long-haired guy, named Ains, enters and questions Jexengord for starting a construction for another palace next to an already existing concubine palace. He calls it a waste of money and useless torture of making people work as laborers. Jexengord's great reasoning for a whole new palace is just because he doesn't like the heating system of the concubine palace and desires a fancier place. Ains gets even more infuriated at this useless labor for his citizens and exclaims that it sounds like something the tyrant king would have done, but is violently cut off by Jexengord for crossing a line there. An angry Jexengord, with red in his eyes, sternly tells Ains that this statement is crossing all boundaries even though he is a family. His son.
Jexengord yells at a trembling Ains to dare repeat the words that just came out of his mouth. Even though hesitating, Ains decides to pour his heart out by calling Jexengord out on treating the citizens like the Lusklin king as they're having a hard time keeping up with the load Jexengord is putting on them. He talks about how rebels and cults are forming again due to this insensitive behavior. This infuriates Jexengord to the extent of exploding, who screams at Ains of not knowing anything about the tyrant king to be comparing that to him and asks him to leave. Ains leaves his sight satisfied to have at least spoken out his thoughts. Jexengord sounds annoyed and disappointed thinking about how weak his son is and how less of strength and aura he has. He thinks of how all of his family was executed by the tyrant when he was labeled as a traitor, and it was after their success in the battle when he came back home that he realized his son was alive. But now, instead of being happy with him, he's embarrassed about Ains not having any potential skills to even be a sword hire. He's physically weak and an emotional person, which is total opposite of what Jexengord himself is like. Jexengord thinks to himself that it may be because he spoiled his son too much. The Keltrin mansion has a very ordinary-looking building in it that Keltrin gave to Sihan to live in. But turns out, it is still very lavish on the inside. Sihan questions of such a building existing so perfectly as if it's been ready since years. Keltrin shyly responds to this with a crazy-sounding ideology. He explains that he's not been married, so he specifically got this building made if a lady of his interest appears. This obviously sounds like Keltrin planning on kidnapping the woman he falls for and keeping her here, which is called out by Sihan as a crime. Keltrin nervously blushes and further explains that it's not for kidnapping but keeping his potential family safe, and in hiding from all of the dangers that befall him as a treacherous retainer. The three are more puzzled than amused by Keltrin's thinking, as they know he isn't in as much danger as he thinks, and it's too much detail for someone who isn't even close to getting married yet. Nevertheless, the topic of conversation changes to Xion happily exclaiming on selling the house they were previously living in on a better price, and getting more money for it. Sihan is happy that they now have enough money for a while, to which Keltrin panics, telling them they don't need to worry about money anymore, since he's happily there for Sihan's support every way possible. In a private conversation outside, Sihan thanks Alita for suggesting keeping a boundary between himself and Keltrin, as it's better to limit their relation. Alita counts it as a relief, as having a boundary and proper attitude between people makes them conscious about their position, while providing too much comfort can lead to them considering you as an equal and losing the respect and entitlement you have, especially for a personality like Keltrin's. Sihan takes her words in with focus, alongside wondering about so much of Alita's concern in this. He gets a vague answer to his confusion, resulting in an even more confusing state, but Alita turns the flow of conversation to asking if Xion and she should also start talking formally to him. Sihan, not impressed by this thought, asks her not to unless it gets absolutely necessary, since he seems to be liking the casual friendly relation with the two. Alita's also glad at this. Sihan then tells her the reason for calling her outside being asking her if she wants to learn magic, since he thinks she has more potential in it provided her background, as she did in fact indirectly summon him. Alita is surprised at the sudden offer and isn't really sure if it's a good idea even though she knows it'll be nice to have skills in both aura and magic. Her main concern is the fact that she can't learn magic from the people of the Four Towers due to her having the Lusklin bloodline. Sihon chuckles at this, questioning why she would need to go there when the most high-ranking Magayon is right in front of her offering her. Sihon was originally a 9th floor master-ranked Magayon along with being a godly ranked sword higher. If you guys are new to the channel, I got you covered with all good content like this, so feel free to hit that subscribe button and join us on the road into greater heights. And if you guys enjoy the video or if you guys find it interesting, let me know by dropping a like on it as well, would be seriously appreciated. Let's continue. He starts off with her briefing about the basics of magic. Magic is used in 3 different languages. The rune language contains word to only move magic. Second language is the spells that create magic, like the magic fire. And the initiating words are the third that actually cast the magic. Sihon demonstrates the 3, startling Alita, who didn't expect him to throw magic fire so casually. Sihon then says these are only the basics, as if it's not big deal, but Alita just observes him tensed about learning it all. Sihon further explains that mastering these basics is the actual time-consuming part, and once she's done with it, she'll be able to learn the rest fast. Sihon explains the complexity and extensiveness of magic, that it's impossible to learn it all no matter how smart one is, so all Magayans use this secret spell book that contains a mage's wisdom and information. It's person-specific, created by every Magayon when they learn magic. Alita is bewildered upon seeing it for the first time even though she's been around Magayans. Sihon explains that it's kept invisible since it contains all of the knowledge a Magayon possesses. He shows her the posture a Magayon attains when surfing through the book, which she finds familiar. Sihon recalls how it was easy for him to take SATs on Earth due to this book, which once again leaves Alita blank because what even is SATs for her? She pries about magic not existing on Earth, which Sihon replies in positive. She further pitches in her thought that since he was able to use it there means Earth isn't rejecting magic. Sihon also gets curious since he never thought of it that way before. He gets into a thought that he was only able to acquire it since he crossed dimensions, and maybe that's why the rest of the Earthlings don't know about it. Alita answers in excitement that then there won't be any single person even close to competition with his skills and powers. This startles Sihon, who didn't know Alita had any interest knowing about the Earth. Alita then questions Sihon about his days when he went back on Earth, only to be surprised by the traumatic expressions that Sihon's face covers after hearing her. The shameful flashback of him landing back on Earth naked on a busy road hits him. Sihon recalls how everyone remembered him everywhere as the guy who was found naked on a street. His lost state of mind was taken to be a drinking problem by the police, and his troubled childhood and bad grades were used against him to call him being missing for 3 years as him running away. The policeman investigating him tried to get answers out of him but was stopped by Sihon using magic against him and getting out of the issue. Sihon left the station only to be greeted by his angry father. In their apartment, his father keeps yelling at him, questioning where he's been and not contacting him. He further mocks him for not even completing middle school and being viral as the naked guy. Sihon sighs, exasperated, thinking how his father didn't even feel a tiny bit emotional on seeing his missing man jump straight to insults. He realizes that he never missed his family in Terranor, and neither did his family miss him. The father further orders him to go back to Seoul, complete his high school, get into a college and study like his life depends on it. Sihon, tired of all this, just agrees to it and walks away to a still ranting father about either do all this and be a decent person or go missing again. While walking away, Sihon feels angry and humiliated at being banished after doing so much and settles on going back to get a revenge. Sihon then locked himself in his room for a year, pretending to study but actually working on his magic abilities and knowledge on Terranor to be able to get back and then easily cheat on his exams using his spell book and getting into a prestigious university. His father praised him for finally getting on track, to which he just calls him out on doing what he was asked to and that now he'll just live independently. His father mocks him on thinking it's that easy to live on your own and looking down on world. Sihon, on the other hand, actually looks down on the world due to the skills he has by the mercy of an unexpected trip to a certain world. Seo uses his spells to get his way into earning money and earns enough in a year to live his entire life easily. But Seo still worries about not being able to find proper directions into getting back to Terranor. He feels like he's floating into a black hole, with no directions to know where exactly would Terranor be, so even with being able to crossing dimensions, he'd not know which dimension leads him to the place he wants to go to. He starts to feel weak in his determination, thinking whether all this is worth getting back on them since at least they didn't kill him. He started feeling like he should forgive them since they didn't do something worse with him, and he felt like understanding why they'd do that to him. He lost hope in being able to get back. Compromising with reality, Seo started living a normal life in his college. He then went to the mandatory Korean military service. That experience, funnily enough, got him rid of his nightmares about Terranor. Instead, they were replaced by nightmares about going back to the army again. Even with good enough skills to help the world, he never felt motivated about it provided his past experience. He kept living a usual life, but inside, it felt dark and dull to him. Until one random day in gym, he suddenly felt a similar energy inside of him. It baffled him to feel something so familiar until he recognized it as the magic from Terranor. He started to mindlessly run towards the traces he felt connecting to Terranor. Unaware of the reason for his own excitement, he just kept moving towards the location mark, overjoyed by the hope of being able to get back to Terranor. Seo recalls trying everything to go back to Terranor but finding it impossible, but this location mark gave him hope and excitement in his dull life. But due to these traces, he realizes that it was foolish to think to himself that he forgave them when in reality it was only him giving up and finding a way back. He never forgave the people who took everything away from him, which is why he didn't feel any peace in living a life on Earth. Quitting college, he starts studying about dimensions and returning to Terranor again, this time adamant on not giving up and getting his revenge. Even though he knew it was a tiring, time-consuming job, he kept working more and more only to finally succeed in connecting the paths between Earth and Terranor. A tired, dull-looking Seo regains all his energy back at the successful results of his hard work, ready to snatch everything away from the people he trusted the most. Coming back out of the memories of the past 10 years, Seo summarizes it to Alita as spending an ordinary life back on Earth with ease due to his powers. He considers it needless to brief Alita about all the bad stuff. Alita just smiles shyly to this information, confusing Seo with her behavior. Alita sits trying to focus on her mana when Seo asks, interested, if she feels anything, to which Alita replies about feeling it very slightly. He tells her that the most basic and first step is to feel the mana and then go on to learning the magic. He further encourages her to do her and try to reach the 3rd floor rank, as that rank magic is what helps hide the traces of dimensional summoning magic. Alita is shocked at this being only 3rd rank magic, once again surprising Seo, who replies in positive, since he was able to do that even with being low on his powers, since it's actually erasing or adjusting the traces that require a higher rank and not hiding the traces. Alita nervously listens to Seo. Seo then gives her the news that he thought would be good for Alita, that she would be free from following him everywhere if she learns this skill. But instead of being happy about it, Alita panics that she can leave after this. A baffled Seo nicely says that he can't hold her freedom and wishes her to live a quiet, peaceful life like before, but Alita has other plans. She questions whether she can stay with him and be of any help if she wishes to do so. Even though confused, Seo nevertheless tells her that it'll be nice to have a trusted person in his support if she wills. Alita then gets into a deep thought and questions if Seo would stay here and settle down once done with his revenge like he planned 10 years ago. But Seo tells her he is only back for revenge and Terranor has lost the importance and affection he had for it before, so he'll just go back once he's done and has a closure. Alita questions again that doesn't he need to burn someone's heart for that, which causes Seo to panic and respond of never doing that, and going back the same way he came. He elaborates that going back is easier for him since he belongs to Earth, so once he opens the dimensional gate, it'll naturally guide him towards Earth without need of a location mark, unlike when coming here. His face turns dark, thinking that the only problem would be not knowing exactly where he'd land, but he exclaims of already preparing a returning magic to not give another strip show to Koreans. And of course by now Alita also realizes how deep Seon's trauma about that is. Alita then softly smiles, requesting Sihon to stay by his side and be able to go to Earth with her, since with her cursed bloodline she can only have a future in another world. She offers helping Sihon in his revenge and requests in turn to accompany Sihon to Earth. In the Jexengord's kingdom palace, Ains notices his stepmother, Queen Layla, taking a walk outside without maids and smiles at her, telling her it's dangerous. She returns it with a painful smile, explaining that her status as a queen is just being a showpiece with no worth to her position that could have her in danger. She talks about how the scenario would have been different even if she received the king's love, but she's only his wife for his political benefits, so she has no danger to worry about. Ains lies that it's true that his father has no interest in her, and then adds something jaw-dropping. He hugs her from behind, telling her it's a relief that the king has no interest in her because he does. She tells him that someone can see them together, but he is affirmative of no one being around to witness his compromising relationship with his stepmother. Ains is later walking down the halls when he tells someone to come out of their hiding with a bored expression, to reveal none other than Mr. Keltrin, who has a dark smile on his face, briefing Ains of having good piece of information for him. Sihon, Xion, and Alita enjoy having an ample amount of pills that help increase their fighting energy. It's an expensive pill like protein powder for muscles but for fighting energy, that the three were only able to have such freely because of Keltrin's resources. It helps Sihon in regaining his energy enough to the master rank, along with helping Alita feel better about hers. Sihon thinks about how this rate of regaining his energy can help him face Jexengord much sooner. Some maids usher Sihon into Keltrin's office, who explodes on Sihon for being so late on arrival and not obeying him right away. But as soon as the maids leave, he falls on his knees, bowing and welcoming Sihon. Sihon, amused by all this, sarcastically praises Keltrin's acting skills, making it seem all so natural. They then get to the point where Keltrin, upon Sihon's request, looked for potential people who could go against Jexengord and are not happy with his rule. He prepared a list of those with power enough to support them. Keltrin discusses how he's sure everyone will support Sihon over Jexengord anytime, but his appearance in public would mean the other kings knowing about him and his revenge and having potential time to face Sihon, and obviously all of them facing Sihon would be hard to deal with. Keltrin then expresses his great idea of bringing down Jexengord's rule by having all of the citizens against him, to which Sihon kind of laughs at the irony of this coming from someone who was just recently Jexengord's strongest ally. Sihon still wonders that the backlash for Jexengord still isn't as strong as he expected it to be, which means Jexengord also still would have considerable support due to being a revolutionary hero. Keltrin explains how Jexengord rules over the Black Lion Knights directly, which is why they are in Stro support and loyalty to him, with an army around 30,000. Sihon recalls the events of the expedition, thinking to himself that there may be some knights who don't exactly worship Jexengord. Keltrin then mentions the aristocrats who are loyal and have the core authority to the administration. Sihon is interested in this one and asks about the center person of this, since it should be attacked first. Keltrin just raises his hand that it's him. They then talk about the best fit option to turn over the kingdom's rule, to which Keltrin agrees, but shares a concern about that person treating him like trash and really hating him. None other than Ains. Keltrin's visit to Ains makes Ains even more infuriated upon Keltrin's words of talking about betraying his father, since he can't believe someone obsessively loyal to his father would talk about such a thing. Keltrin thinks to himself that he'd never have thought of this idea if it weren't for Sihon, but he obviously cannot disclose that to Ains. Ains calls Keltrin a parasite, asking him to get to the point. Good with words, Keltrin agrees to Ains that he indeed is a parasite, but the one who knows how to choose a good host, and he believes that Jexengord's rule is already coming to its end. Ains warns Keltrin of not thinking about this as a joke. Keltrin darkly says that it's not patriotism or the tortured citizens he cares about. His concern is having his own luxury and benefits retained. The reduction of suffering of the citizens would just be an added benefit to this. Ains questions why Keltrin thinks his father's rule is to be short-lived, to which Keltrin makes Ains realize that he's the weakest of the 6 kings, and one wrong or weak move and either Lilstein or Anasius Empire would betray him and take over, just like they tried during the Kagan War. He emphasizes that there's no friendship left between the heroes of world, and the kingdom won't last if Jexengord doesn't step down. Leaving Ains in thoughts, Keltrin laughs to himself in mind, thinking of how he already knew that and planned on selling the nation out and running away. but by the courtesy of Seo, he now has gotten the role of a patriot that's also serving better than before for him than his plan of being a traitor. Ains comes out of his thought and questions, what does Keltrin think of gaining from all this, since he's very much aware of Ains' disgust for him, so it's very likely that he'll snatch all of Keltrin's luxury and status from him. Keltrin calmly responds to this with a pause, telling the prince that he is a tool for the king. If the king wants loyalty and proper rule for the kingdom, he'll support it, but he'll still support the king if he wants to be selfish and tyrant. He'll simply follow whatever the king wills like a robot, with no mind of its own. He gets serious with his words, telling Ains that Jexengord wanted greed and tyranny from him, and he got it, and whatever Ains will want from him, he'll do it too. So what is it that Ains would request him of? Ains is super annoyed at Keltrin for his words sure make sense to him. Keltrin then gets up to leave after completing his agenda. While walking away, Keltrin lightly mentions of Layla being a queen, the king's wife. This hits Ains right in the nerve, who questions what Keltrin is implying. Keltrin turns with a sly smile, mentioning that only the person with the title of the king can claim the queen. In Keltrin's palace, Seo is relaxing while reading a book, thinking of the day as nice and peaceful when a sudden scream startles him. Moving towards Alita and Zeon, a panicked Alita questions Seo on what should she do, referring to an injured, passed out Zeon. If you guys are new to the channel, I got you covered with all good content like this, so feel free to hit that subscribe button and join us on the road into greater heights. And if you guys enjoy the video, or if you guys find it interesting, let me know by dropping a like on it as well, which would be seriously appreciated. Let's continue. Seo shakes an unconscious Zeon to get a grip on himself, questioning what's wrong with him when Alita nervously starts explaining the incident. Zeon was happily engrossed in his plants while Alita was analyzing her strengths and practices, finally feeling a bit ready to try some stage 1 spells like creating magic fire. She used her now created spell book to read the spell, starting to feel fire around her fingertips, but her excitement was short-lived till she realized that the fire she's created is not controllable to her. Trying to divert it, the fire started directing at Zeon, and in trying to save him she changed the fire's direction. But that resulted in the death of Zeon's true love next to Seo, the crops he harvested. Hence why, Zeon wasn't actually hurt but just passed out due to the shock of losing his plants. Seo just listens to it all with dead expressions, not knowing what to say of it, while Zeon wakes up and whines, holding the remains of his plants about how it should have been him and not the plants. Alita apologizes innocently and promises to hurt him instead of the plants next time, to which a troubled Seo exclaims, "To direct it in the air please." Seo then notices the marks after the magic and realizes that they don't seem like coming from something of a first floor magic, and requests her to cast the spell again. Even before her completing it, Seo tells her to stop with a stunned look. He's dumbfounded by observing her energy to be around someone who's capable of 8th floor magic level. Listening to this, a shocked Zeon exclaims, "How is this even possible for a rookie?" But thoughtful Seo responds, "That innate talent for magic is not something that could be logically explained." A flustered Alita interjects, confused about what's going on. Seo then explains that magic energy is absorbed from the nature, and if a normal magician absorbs like 10 units of energy, the transformation loss leaves only 1 or 2 units for them to actually use as magic, but in her case, the transformation is amplifying the energy instead of losing units, resulting in her not being able to control the intensity. Seo seems troubled, thinking about how he didn't know this fact, but is Lilstein or Sagran aware? Alita panics, asking if she'll have trouble learning magic now, and in response Seo makes her more shocked, suggesting her to stop learning for the time being since the amount of magic she possesses makes it way riskier to cast the spells she knows. Alita, however, denies this, telling him his reasoning is logical, but he told her she's got strong magic skills so she shouldn't be wasting them and instead should work on them to be of help for Seo. On seeing Alita's determination, Seo hesitantly mentions that there could be a way for him to help her, since being a human, he also had an abundance of power and he had a hard time learning how to control it. This gets Alita excited and hopeful at this when Seo suggests that he could teach her, but he's unaware of the risks involving the training, so she can agree if she's fine with it. And of course Alita agreed to this without the slightest of hesitation. Seo enters the palace back with an enthusiastic Keltrin welcoming him back. Seo sets himself in front of Keltrin and questions about Prince Ain's response to the offer. Keltrin updates Seo of Ain's finally showing interest in their plan after a couple of meetings, But he demands a strong proof to convince him of Keltron's ability and determination to succeed in this plan. Seo smirks, expecting Ains to ask for something like that, and inquires Keltron of what proof he wanted. Keltron replies Ains asked him to eliminate one of the 3 loyal dogs of Jexengord. This gets Seo confused. Keltron explains that the 3 controllers of military, economy, and political sector are the most loyal subordinates of Jexengord who rule people behind him. They are referred to as dogs in hopes to be put down one day. The Black Lion leader, Berkeley, is the military leader. Jexengord's father-in-law is the economy leader, Duke Chromaton. Seo, amused by all this, asks about the 3rd loyal dog, and guess who it is? Keltron himself. Ains asked Keltron to get rid of Higher Berkeley. Seo is doubtful in having to deal with a master-level sword higher since it's easier for him in his normal state, but he can't use his usually ways of fighting to remain in hiding, so it'll be a bit troublesome. Seo thoughtfully says he needs to know more about this higher in order to do so, to which Keltron amusedly replies he might already know enough. This baffles Seo, who doesn't know any Berkeley, but Keltron explains that he changed name after the revolution, but Seo must remember Jexengord's first assault commander Adarthwald, leaving Seo in thoughts. Berkeley's army, on the other hand, is seen to be harassing the laborers into making them work endlessly for the castle, only for some laborers to be fed up of being tortured and scared by killings of their fellows, so they start a riot. The news reaches Berkeley, who is also told that some of the former knights from Jexengord's revolutionary army have been a part of the slaves, and those are the ones fighting. To this information, the arrogant Berkeley blames them for losing their prides and gets set to DEA with the issue on his own. The leader of the riot turns out to be one of the master-ranked sword hires from Jexengord's revolutionary army of back then, Captain Delarth. Deralth kept fighting along with requesting some of the knights who were his former allies to back off, not wanting to fight them. That's when Berkeley enters the picture, mocking Deralth of being a traitor and committing treason by showing disloyalty to their king. The old man is pissed at this, knowing that the tortured people deserve freedom from such oppression, but this is not a big deal for Berkeley. It's just a direct order of his king that matters to him. Instead, what irks Berkeley is the fact that Deralth keeps calling him Darthwald, the name he left behind with his history, and how he's been living with a name that was apparently given to him by the king, as a form of honor and loyalty by his service. Deralth mocks his former ally in one last try, asking him if this is the world they wanted and fought so hard for. But that infuriated Berkeley even more and hit his patience, so he brings out his sword, taking a hit at Deralth. Deralth defends that one hit by his own sword, but realizes that even though they both have the same fighting rank, Berkeley's energy is far more stronger than his, so he can't long last against him. In a few more hits, Berkeley injures Deralth enough to have him down, unable to fight anymore, to which his supporters shout and show remorse to Berkeley for doing that to their leader. An unbothered Berkeley tilts towards them, identifying some of them as his former allies, and calls them foolish for pulling such a stunt. Considering himself a lion, he portrays them as rats in front of him and announces to his knights that he's taken care of the leader, so they can take care of the rest of the unnecessary chaos, punishing the rest of the traitors. There's a bloodbath of the former sword hires of the Revolutionary Army while Berkeley mocks an injured, near to death, Deralth for this stupid act. He tells him he could have ran away and saved himself if he were alone, but instead he pulled out an entire squad for this rendezvous. He looks down on Deralth for sacrificing his life and dignity for some lowlifes, which earns him a laugh from a weak Deralth. The half-conscious man fires him back, questioning if he calls what he does loyalty, for Berkeley's always been killing people. He was a murderer in the past and will remain so forever. It obviously hits a nerve, but Berkeley again uses the excuse of not liking being called by his old name and kills Deralth, just like the murderer he was accused of being. Deralth's words further proved out to be true when Berkeley's knights informed him of killing off the sword hires and taking the citizens as hostage, but the violent Berkeley darkly labeled them as traitors too, and ordered to finish them off too, surprising even his own knights with that command. That's when Prince Ains entered the picture, with Seo silently following, interjecting at the right moment, not permitting what Berkeley just commanded. Berkeley clenches his teeth, obviously not fond of Prince Ains. Prince Ains orders him to stop the massacre as a successor of the king, but Berkeley carefully mentions that he's got the right to order his knights, but Ains logically explained that if all those laborers are killed, then who'd be building the king's new castle, so even if he wants to punish, he should at least wait till the construction is complete. Prince Ains reluctantly agrees and mocks a sweet agreement to the prince. Ains leaves unamused while Berkeley talks behind his back, calling him too soft to be Jacksongord's son. Ains talks to his silent company, Sihan, about how a former revolutionary hero is now, but Sihan sighs, saying Berkeley's always been like that, killing anyone who gets in his way. Ains mentions how his statement seems to be hinting Sihan knowing Berkeley from before, but Sihan hurriedly covers it up with calling them Keltran's words. Ains interrogates Sihan on how he got involved in this stuff, to which he replies of also thinking of Ains a better suited king as compared to his father. Ains feels a bit disappointed at hearing such a compliment for the first me and refers to being called a dog in comparison to his father being a lion. Sihan tries to uplift his spirit by calling Dog a loyal, trustful and better company and a man's best friend, which obviously turns out to sound a bit odd for encouragement, but still Ains understands the point and feels good about Sihan, and thinks of building trust for him. Sihan, while leaving, thinks of how his revenge would disrupt peace of the present, but thanks to Jacksongord's pathetic rule, he doesn't feel bad about doing what he's planning. He mentally thanks Jacksongord for clearing his mind of second thoughts. Lion Lieutenants sits in a dinner place for food and drinks, laughing and enjoying, unbothered about the commoners glaring at them with distaste. Berkeley offers everyone drinks and then tauntingly asks if they hear about what happened at the construction site. The rest of the table is unaware, so he explains that Prince Ains requested better residence and better supplies for the laborers working there. The arrogant lieutenants are almost furious, as in their might cites, the laborers don't deserve those privileges and their captain should have interjected. Berkeley smiles with evil proud expressions that of course he didn't support this provided the recent attempt of revolution, and how these luxuries could make the laborers attempt more of their rebellion. The others, portraying their sick mentality, support Berkeley, calling those poor people lowly and undeserving of peace and rest. They all laugh their sick laughs at this supposedly amusing conversation when suddenly an arrow comes aiming right at Berkeley's forehead, from the narrow gap between the doors of the place. All the others are alarmed and worries about their captain, asking him to dodge it fast or it could hurt him, but Berkeley just uses some of his energy and lets the arrow hit his forehead and break into two. The lieutenants are amused and in awe for their captain's energy. Berkeley is impressed by whoever did this since the arrow was aimed accurately from such a narrow gap, and its tip had a good amount of fighting energy to it. The sick captain is excited to go out and see who had the audacity to pull off such a stunt at him. The lieutenants march outside in the heavy fog that makes it hard for them to see around, but when their vision finally adapts to the clouded atmosphere, they notice Sihan and Zeon standing right there glaring at them in quite a funny way rather than intimidating. Berkeley recognizes them as people from the expedition and questions that it can't be Keltran who asked them to do it since he's the definition of coward. He inquires whether they are doing it on Ains' commands. Sihan hits back, telling him to think of it however he wants since he won't be getting away from here alive anyway. He openly threatens to kill him right there. Berkeley, on the other hand, is amused at the audacity of who he considers a stupid kid since there's no chance the two can fight the Might Lion lieutenants. The lieutenants charge at the two while Berkeley nonchalantly tells them to not kill the two so they can question their aims later, but is kind of surprised that Sihan's confidence indeed matches his actions as he's able to defend himself against his lieutenants. Sihan and Zeon confidently fight back the lieutenants, dodging their attacks, but Berkeley announces that they need more manpower to capture these traitors alive, so more lieutenants charge at them, surrounding the two. The cornered Zeon questions don't they have any honor to be fighting unfairly by using 4 people against 2. One of the lieutenants mock back, questioning Zeon's audacity to be questioning honor when he just attempted their captain's assassination. Zeon, suddenly guilty, agrees to the lieutenant's words when Sihan shouts, "Why even Ryu agreeing to them?" to Zeon. The lieutenants form an iron wall around them using their shields surrounding them in a way they can't escape, but one of the lieutenants decides they should attack too in order to capture them. Sihan smiles at this decision, expecting them to do such a thing, but much to everyone's surprise, the two just start running away, calling it not their day. The lieutenants, not wanting them to get away, chase them, sure that they'll be able to catch them easily. Zeon is amazed at how the lieutenants are running such heavy shields on them as if they're nothing. The two then suddenly jump off a bridge, but that route is blocked, which makes the lieutenants mock them for being trapped. Berkeley taunts at them for not having a proper escape plan when they wanted to attempt such acts. He mocks them for having better chance of survival if they simply jumped off of a building, and that they should have tried to be more careful when trying a murder attempt. Sehun sighs dramatically, exclaiming that they might have been way too careful instead since they didn't have to do much. That's when Alita appears in everyone's sight, which everyone again questions since they only know her as someone from the fighter rank. All the lieutenants are busy laughing at the absurdity of the situation when Berkeley is shocked at the amount of energy he suddenly feels around her, which is certainly not fighting energy. Sehun had told Alita that if she can't control her skills on beginner's magic, she should just shift to learning advanced magic since that only requires making use of her magic energy levels. Alita suddenly showers them with an arcane blast of burning bright light, charging at all of the lieutenants. If you are new to the channel, I got you covered with all good content like this, so feel free to hit that subscribe button and join us on the road to greatness. And if you enjoy the video or if you found it interesting, let me know by dropping a like and comment on it as well, which would be seriously appreciated. Let's continue. Alita herself is shocked at the amount of strength her spell had, but she suddenly stumbles and falls back feeling exhausted. Sehun consoles her that her weakness is understandable since she used all of her magical energy in this spell. He tells her that it's gonna take some time for her energy to rebuild and she won't be able to use it for the time being. He jokes that it's like her daily wage as a laborer Magaon. Sehun is very amused at his joke while Alita just weakly questions what even into this. Zeon on the other hand is dumbfounded on the great magic she pulled off, as there's not even a single trace of any of the lieutenants left around. He is impressed that they were able to get rid of Berkeley this easily. Sehun explains that their iron walls weren't this strong since they don't diminish or distribute the force that befalls them but just take it. And of course there was a certain amount of force those walls could take, and that certain amount was certainly less than what Alita's spell had. Sehun confidently announces that no sword hire can take that much amount of force with just an iron wall, but his words are cut short when his eyes go wide in surprise on seeing none other than Berkeley, appearing around them extremely furious with not even a single scratch on him from the recent attack. The three are stunned to see Berkeley safe and sound in front of them. Sehun tells Alita to stay back and decides that he'll hide behind Zeon's attacks so that he doesn't have to show much of his skills, and have his identity hidden since if he shows he's true fighting energy, Jacksongord with his great skills can identify his energy later from the battlefield's traces. Sehun talks about Berkeley being an expert in spearmanship, but right now he's holding a sword, and he may now have been obsessed with using a sword after being a Black Lion Knight captain, but no amount of training can prove advantageous to him in comparison to his expertise of spearmanship. Sehun shows confidence on winning if Berkeley only uses sword. Berkeley mocks Sehun on his thought process and calls it too less to be something to count on. He calls Sehun ignorant and shows his skills and energy to be able to use his cape as a spear for fighting, shocking the three in the process. He looks down on Sehun for thinking Berkeley would not be prepared with a weapon all the time. Berkeley shows his anger and determination to torture the three by displaying his great energy around him. Sehun is struck at the sight as he not for once thought of the possibility of Berkeley learning Jacksongord's explosive art. He is pissed at himself for being an idiot on underestimating Berkeley on having a weapon and on improving his skills by learning some special art of Jacksongord. Sehun thinks about the situation for a brief moment and calmly asks Zeon to back out of this fight as he's only going to turn out to be a liability in this situation. Zeon, although bewildered, just does as he's told. Sehun gets serious to face the situation now, knowing this can't be handled with subtlety. Berkeley charges at him, but Sehun manages to dodge it. Although impressed a bit, Berkeley is still sure that he'll be able to defeat who he thinks is a coward. Explosive art is something that uses offense and defense at the same time, so Sehun knows that his mountain-breaking art cannot counter it ideally. He knows some of his techniques can serve dangerous for him, so he decides to use the one for face-to-face battles. He extrudes his tremendous fighting energy he owns, which stuns Berkeley for a moment, but he composes himself, knowing that the guy must be of some master rank himself even though he looks so young. Deciding to avoid danger by underestimating Sehun, Berkeley decides to put an end to the situation once and for all instead of playing around and torturing Sehun. He uses his most powerful attack of explosive art on Sehun, but Sehun just stands there unbothered and unamused, having easily counterattacked the shattering attack by his own torrent attack of Tyrant King art. Berkeley clenches his teeth in annoyance and frustration on Sehun defending the attack he put his whole energy into. Before Berkeley could openly point out the fighting technique Sehun is using, Sehun effortlessly cuts off an arm of his, leaving him on ground in panic and pain and every shocked and unbelievable expression that one could have on losing his arm. Berkeley hisses at Seo for using Tyrant King art so effortlessly at such a young age. He misunderstands him to be a descendant of mercenary King Barak. Seo himself is confused at the misunderstanding until he recalls that the technique was created by King Barak, and he can see where Berkeley is coming from by thinking of him as some successor of that king. Seo darkly mentions that it will not be a problem to let Berkeley believe in that misconception, but since the two have been comrades once, so he feels like Berkeley deserves to know who's going to kill him. Berkeley, infuriated at this, proceeds to call it bullshit, but his words are left stuck in his throat when the person in front of him removes his thousands transformation and reveals his true self. He is left in dismay since Sung Seo standing in front of him. Berkeley loses the coherence of his words on seeing his former assault captain, Sung Seo, in front of him. Seo calls Berkeley out for all of his brutalities, which are totally against what they fought so hard for 10 years ago. Berkeley stammers, calling it all Jacksongord's commands and nothing of his own. Seo laughs at the irony of Berkeley putting all the blame on Jacksongord and calls it very unknightly of him since he knows Berkeley was always so violent and a murderer. Berkeley panics, calling himself too low to be called a knight, and exclaims that he'll be abandoning his title right at this instant, and proceeds to speak low of himself, but Seo puts an end to this conversation by slashing his sword through his neck. Alita and Zeon stand there coldly while Seo talks to a dead Berkeley of being here for a revenge too, but he'd never make a deal with someone who's one of the worst humans. The capital city is left in a chaos after the captain and 4 lieutenants of the Black Lion squad are found as tragic corpses. The next day, Jacksongord is furious at the information and orders his people to find the criminal right away, and he'll deal with him himself. On the other hand, Keltrin asked Prince Ains if this was up to his satisfaction, to which he gets a positive response from the prince, but he also mentions the number of people looking for them now, to which Keltrin butters him up by making up that his leadership can have them undefeated no matter what. Prince Ains, still not liking Keltrin, mocks him for looking like a coward no matter what he says when a maid interrupts them, informing Keltrin of his said guests arriving. Keltrin tells Ains it's the people who he thinks will participate in their agenda. Higher Jordan and Higher Ravel are 2 of the new appointments of Black Lion lieutenants who are surprised at their new posts, and that they were personally called to Keltrin's mansion to get their appreciation from him. They think it's because they worked together in the subjugation. They both are left short of words at what Keltrin suggests to them. They cannot comprehend something like that coming from Keltrin, but Keltrin patiently calls them its duty as a knight to save the people from a failing king. The 2 cannot believe this and proceed to call it disloyalty, but Keltrin tells them they're free to reject the offer and go tell this to Jacksongord. But he also reminds them of the probability of Jacksongord believing their words and their loyalty with the kingdom when they received 300 gold coins each for the subjugation. Ravel is infuriated at being threatened and called out like that and takes out his sword to attack Keltrin, but another attack drops the sword from him, surprising the 2 lieutenants. Someone from behind them nonchalantly calls out the unfair attitude of the Blue Ivory Tower for giving them such heavy amount, while he only received 10 gold coins. They're perplexed at seeing Seo do that and question his audacity of pointing his sword at the Black Lion lieutenants while his own status is just that of a protector of a count's family. Seo sighs at the pathetic obsession of nobles of thinking of everyone as a bastard and rebellion for questioning them. He asks them both to calm down with a smile, along with showing them his fighting aura. The 2 are jolted away by the pressure of his energy and connect the dots, realizing it indeed was Seo who killed Berkeley. But this time they call him in a formal tone rather than demeaning one, making Seo laugh at this, and call them opportunists for changing their tone with him in an instant. Keltrin casually calls it human nature, but Seo is offended at this, making Keltrin stammer a bit and correct himself. This stuns the 2 even more, and they are baffled at the authority of the guy capable of controlling Keltrin, so they question who exactly Seo is. Seo confidently calls himself the successor of King Barak. Flashback to Seo bursting into Keltrin's office and expressing his great idea of using this name as his identity. He explains to Keltrin that he got this idea from Berkeley's misunderstanding and that he can justify his powers that way. Keltrin also enthusiastically shows him all the paperwork ready, already proving his identity of being a successor of Barak, since he expected Seo to go into that direction. Seo is heavily impressed, while Keltrin acknowledges himself as the best in forging stuff and scamming others. Higher Jordan believes it to be the reason of his strength, but he refuses to let go his honor and dignity for this disloyalty. Keltron calmly interjects, saying how it would be disloyalty if this act is showing loyalty to the true king. Jordan's face contorts to confusion at this when someone from the background asks them of needing their strength for the future of the kingdom. The sight of Prince Ains asking them of this stuff is another big shock for them in the past couple of minutes, leaving them all panicked and troubled when Ains calmly asks them if they'll support him for the sake of the people. Sihan looks at the two lieutenants walking away through his window, thinking of how they've won them over using their weaknesses and moral obligations as an excuse. He is interrupted by Alita, speaking with her mouth stuffed on how they've got 2 Black Lion Knights on their team, which is an achievement for them. But Sihan just stands there unamused as he deadpans on when did Zeon and Alita even come here and when did they start eating. Busy in devouring the food, Alita replies that they came to eat after escorting Prince Ains out. Meanwhile, Zeon praises Keltron's chef, who replies proudly about being very picky about the chef, since he had encounters with a lot of bad-tasting food during the revolutionary phase. Zeon thinks to himself about how even this great food could get better but doesn't speak his thoughts out. On the table, Sihan and Keltron discuss about the 2 new commanders. Since only 2 of the 6 captains were left and the 2 had similar skills, so they were given the posts of commander and vice commander, effectively. And even in this conversation, the younger 2 question Sihan upon not trying lobster, but Sihan replies pleasantly this time that it's his favorite, so he's keeping the best for the last. Keltron briefs Sihan later about their coup d'etat going great, with many people joining them, making it crystal clear that Jexengord was making a lot of people suffer because of him, and Prince Ain's support is making things easier and faster for them. Keltron, with deep thought, shares with Sihan that they'll be needing Viscount Crumble on their side for this coup d'etat to succeed. Sihan is concentrated on the name that is referred to as the second symbol of the kingdom. Keltron tells Sihan that he's one of the wealthiest who owns businesses all over the kingdom, and his support can make things much smoother for them. Sihan thoughtfully says that it might be hard to win him over then, but Keltron assures him that they're already more than halfway into convincing him, and the only thing left is a little personal favor Viscount needs from him. Sihan sips on his tea, questioning the favor, which turns out to be asking Alita to tutor his youngest daughter as a sword hire. Sihan's classic reaction, portraying not expecting such a favor, was spitting the tea out of his mouth in shock, since Alita is not ranked higher enough to be a tutor. Keltron explains that it's still impressive to be on her rank at such an age. Keltron reasons Sihan that the daughter doesn't have a master at the moment, halting any progress in her skills, and usually it is preferred to have a woman teach another woman unless a master exists in close family. Keltron adds that he must have noticed Alita as his guard knight to be asking for her. Sihan thinks of the fact that there's less female knights in Terranor, and Viscount Crumble must be pretty desperate in need of a master for his daughter. Keltron then makes Sihan recall that he has in fact met the youngest daughter as she accompanied them in the cult expedition. Sihan suddenly recalls and exclaims that it was Dina, the one who hit Keltron in the head to get rid of his whining. Keltron, not remembering anything, blankly stares at Sihan, who stammers, waving the statement off. Alita herself is surprised at such a request, but Sihan consoles her that it won't be a problem if she rejects the offer. Alita, now knowing Viscount has already agreed to be a part, asks what's in merit for them then. Sihan tells her it's not much, since it's actually Viscount's wife, Salit, who's influential even outside of Terranor due to her wealthy background. And this can be convenient for them to establish influential connections and move around Terranor. Alita is surprised at the details Sihan got for all this, to which Sihan, flustered, points towards this being Keltron's words. Alita's next concern are the risks involving this deal, to which Sihan points out that their identities can get revealed, which would be more problematic for Alita provided her bloodline. Alita thinks over it for a moment and then confidently agrees to the situation. Alita then shares the deep insight her dad Karen shared with her about doubt, and not trusting someone being 2 different things, as doubts makes you want to understand and learn about the other person, while rash trust towards someone is an equivalent to not trusting them. So one should keep trying to learn about the next person. This makes Sihan go back to all his memories of blindly trusting his friend's words, making him stumble on the realization of failing to notice the reality of the situation with them. He also feels disappointed in himself, thinking maybe it was something stupid by him that led to them being against him. Seo is brought out of his gloomy bubble by Alita, so he shifts his mood and tell her to go meet Dina then and see if they can trust her. Dina enthusiastically meets Alita, determined to be a good student to her while Alita stands there nervous and flustered at the situation. Seo and Zeon, in the background, discuss how Dina seems way too high on energy for someone whose last option was Alita. While Dina follows Alita with a shady smile, knowing it was all her scheme behind getting Alita to teach her because for some reason, she's been obsessed with Alita. She practically begged her father to get Alita to teach her. Hence, Dina Crumble becomes a disciple to Alita. If you are new to the channel, I got you covered with all good content like this, so feel free to hit that subscribe button and join us on the road to greatness. And if you enjoy the video or if you found it interesting, let me know by dropping a like and comment on it as well, which would be seriously appreciated. Let's continue. Alita practices in front of Dina, who literally looks at Alita with hard eyes, obsessing over how cool she finds her while Alita just seems uncomfortable with all that obsession. Everyone's thought process can be seen in a loop to be exactly similar. Dina fantasies about Alita's fighter rank and how she aspires to be of that rank where she can level out of metal armors. Meanwhile, Alita looks at Zeon practicing and fantasizes being able to be of the knight rank where she can power her metal weapons. And then we have Zeon's thinking process while observing Seo that a master rank can strengthen any material and not just metal, and how he wishes to reach that. The three sigh in sync, each on their own wishes, while Seo just looks at the three extremely baffled at what just happened. Alita questions Seo about whether it's better for a transcendent and higher rank to wear a metal armor or not out of curiosity. Seo, not understanding her random questions, nevertheless tells her that the ranks use energies in different ways. A knight rank can enhance the strength of the metal armor, and a master rank can create the same amount of strength in normal clothes too, but for transcendent rank they can use the material's energy, along with fighting energy to enhance it even more. But there's a drawback to this, that the weight of the material matters when using it in transcendent rank, so every such ranked higher uses the material according to their strategy of fighting. Metal armored is preferred when one is focused on strength when fighting, and light armor is used when one uses speed as their fighting strategy. Alita, lost in thoughts, mentions that she'll be using light armor then, which makes Seo laugh at her, telling her to first reach the rank, and then think of such stuff, embarrassing the poor enthusiastic girl. Seo then recalls his armor called a magic armor Louvresque he used to wear and wonders what must have happened to it. Alita recognizes it alongside his hitherto famous magic sword disaster and cape of the red dragon, and jokes about it also belonging to some obsessed fan of his, referring to a certain memory involving his underwear. But Seo is more focused on thinking that surely his former friends must have taken that stuff, making him feel annoyed at them once again. He thinks of asking Keltron to look into it later. He then announces the end of training and walks off while Alita calls him Ayat, asking about his energy returning. He tells her that indeed it is coming back to its normal strength confidently, but thinks to himself that only his fighting energy is recovering back at a normal pace. The speed of recovery of his magical energy is getting slower, making him worry about it. While Seo and his team trained harder, Keltron also worked harder and harder. His job being sucking up to Jexengord more and more during the day and then dealing with people for their coup d'état during the night. He would call for nobles and past revolutionists and try and convince them to join their coup d'état. Many joined while many tried to back out and watch the show from afar, but you don't get to have a way when you've got someone as persuasive as Keltron. Holding everyone's records and his position in Jexengord's sight against everyone, he almost forced many people to join their cause and work for them. In Seon's words, it's because evil understands evil. Keltron happily tells Seo that he was able to convince many people to fight for justice and risk their lives, but Seo puts his exaggerations to an end, telling him to not use the term justice around the people they just persuaded. Keltron darkly shares with Seo how bribes seem delicious when having them, but they end up ruining one's organs, so all those people are serving due to their greed for bribes. This just makes Seo notice the irony of such words coming from a person like Keltron. But Keltron waves it off, confident of having everything planned in case someone comes against him. Seo, before leaving, once again warns Keltron of not trying anything funny after Ains becomes the king, since Seo has an explosive aura, placed in his chest, so betrayal to Seo won't serve him well. But Keltrin shows zero hesitation in telling Seo that he has no plans of disobeying Seo and actually wants to live a clean, better life now that would also serve well for the people of the kingdom. He tells Seo that he's dreaming bigger now, working for Seo while before he worked how it was best to work for Jacksongord. Seo smiles at Keltrin, telling him he should have been like that from the start, but of course that would have never helped him in front of Jacksongord. A flashback of the 6 leaders planning on betraying Seo shows them discussing how Seo would just be a dangerous subject for them once they succeed in defeating the Tyrant King, so they should fight and finish him after they're free from this. Everyone agrees to this, while Jacksongord talks about liking Seo as a friend. Others agree to him but also call Seo dangerous, and Jacksongord, being the thoughtless person, simply agrees to his friends not bothering about it and trusting their judgment, since to him democracy is best when one's uncertain. The 6 of them are sure that no matter how much power Seo has, he can't defeat if all 6 of them face him together. Karen agrees to this, adding that at least half of them can survive. After defeating them, making them rest, actually get a bit nervous about their deed. Jacksongord wakes up wondering why he's been having such dreams about the past lately and blames it on the fact that he found Tyrant King Art's traces where Berkeley and lieutenants died. He thinks of why he's been having such thoughts lately, but then the random woman beside him wakes up and, just like usual, Jacksongord lets go off the use of mind and distracts away. One of the servants addresses Jacksongord talking about having too many drinking parties, but Jacksongord simply tells him that it's not a party but mourning ceremony for Berkeley. The servant subtly mocks him about the memorial going on since a month, but another suck-up to Jacksongord, Commander Keller, raises another toast, agreeing to Jacksongord about this must be making Berkeley's soul happy. Jacksongord is happy at the hire, agreeing to him. Keltrin enters the king's palace and a bit too humbly greets Jacksongord, almost as if begging him for something, and tells Jacksongord that they found the rebel group who killed the knights, and the person goes by the name, the Black Giant, and is one of the descendants of King Barak. Jacksongord is furious at this, while Keltrin just butters him up about his insight being so good about thinking of the person relating to King Barak. Keltrin briefs Jacksongord about getting to know that about 800 rebels are confiding in the old castle in the Grand Region. Jacksongord praises Keltrin for his work and prepares to go deal with the rebels personally. Jacksongord addresses Keller, who immediately announces preparing all Lion Knights and 3,000 standby soldiers for this, but Keltrin is alarmed at this being such a large number that includes almost all the military power of Jacksongord that they obviously aren't ready to face yet. Keltrin, knowing Keller is just trying to impress Jacksongord, starts to calmly figure out a solution in his head and then suddenly exclaims praises for Keller on such a wise decision, surprising everyone around. Keltrin acts impressed, talking in exaggeration that their enemy must be too strong to be able to defeat Berkeley, and no one would find it strange if they moved their entire military power to go face those rebels. Keltrin's slick nose seems to work as Jacksongord's mind takes this act as a portrayal of them being scared to face the rebels, so he tells Keller to only arrange 50 knights and 1,000 soldiers for them. Keller is shocked at this and tries to justify the need to use all their power in this hunting, but Keltrin cuts him off, telling him to do just as Jacksongord told him to do, since the rebels aren't some dangerous enemies, but little rabbits in front of them, the lions. Jacksongord sides with Keltrin and walks away, while Keltrin, then coming back to his usual self, sucks up to Keller for not meaning to disobey him and uses the excuse of the budget, but Keller lets it go easily. Coming to the real plan, Keltrin asks Seo to attack one of the lieutenants, since half of them have been direct subordinates of Keller, so they'll get biased attention from Keller, and that would serve as a problem as Ravel and Jordan won't be able to get much around Jacksongord. Keltrin decides to discreetly tell Keller in some way that he shouldn't be biased or partial. So they are going to be using Keller's position in this fight to teach him a lesson and take down one of the lieutenants. Seo agrees to this and voices out his dark thoughts of breaking a leg of Keller, but that alerts both Alita and Keltrin, while Alita tells him that this would simply lead to them replacing the leader and their aim of bringing Jordan and Ravel ahead failing. Keltrin is surprised at Alita's words as if she belongs to some royal family, but Alita hurriedly excuses about reading this somewhere. Seo knows Keltrin is not ordinary man, so he needs to keep an eye on him too. Jacksongord with his troop reach the old castle where the black giant refuses to surrender. Calls Jacksongord a fallen king, which excited Jacksongord to face him, knowing he can easily defeat him. Jacksongord tells Keller to let's go and attack, so Keller leaves the soldiers under Ravel and Jordan and follows the king. Everyone from the castle and the soldiers are impressed at Jacksongord using his giant fist in order to get a high jump and enter the castle on his horse. He warns the black giant to come out to offer his head to Berkeley's soul, while Zeon, playing the role of the black giant, knows that his role in this mind game is over now. A grinning Sihan in hiding with a nervous Keltron asks Keltron if they should begin the tiger hunt now. Jacksongord enters the castle threatening the black giant to show himself so he can avenge Berkeley's death, but the very next step Jacksongord takes makes him realize he has entered a trap. A sudden illumination of the magic being casted. The magic is the barrier magic that restricts the power of anyone entering the barrier. Jacksongord notices the many familiar faces of sword hires and Magians too standing against him, making him realize that the rebellion is much more massive than what Kelteron told them. Keller panics about the situation, but Jacksongord is unfazed and tells him that he's dealt with numerous of such situations and can handle this as well. Jacksongord then grins at Keller that this barrier magic is harder to deal with from the inside but easier to break from the outside, and then commands the Black Lion Knights to break the barrier, but his eyes go wide in shock, leaving half his command unsaid when he completely turns to see his knights not behind him. Even Keller is left dumbfounded upon not seeing Ravel and Joldarin behind them. Keller exclaims in question if they've been traitors right from the beginning, but Jacksongord's face is shocked at another sight. He witnesses a nervous Keltron hiding in one of the tours and witnessing all this. Jacksongord clenches his teeth and shouts about his audacity with so much wrath that his veins pop out, and even though expecting this, Keltron jumps back in fear at this. An amused Sihan lightly laughs at this and Keltron whines about why he had to be here, to which Sihan casually tells him that he wanted to see Keltron's will against Jacksongord to properly trust him. He then appreciates Keltron on his plan of luring Jacksongord there. Keltron adds that Zeon's good acting skills also played a major role in keeping it all smooth, and how his ideology is to trap the tiger in order to hunt him rather than going to its den to get eaten. Now calmed, Keltron feels proud at his plan. Keller warns the traitors to give up in order to be forgiven on their audacity to betray the king, but the opponents are even more pissed at him being all arrogant even in this situation. The Magians exclaim in denial of considering him their king and cast a lightning strike spell to burn them alive. The all talk. Keller has no traces left of him at this magic, but of course it's not that simple to defeat Jacksongord, yet the rebels are shocked at Jacksongord unharmed and dodging the spell so easily. Jacksongord realizes that this level of power can only come from an ivory tower Magion and questions if it's Lilstein or Karen behind all this. The front man in the rebels mocks Jacksongord of having the thought of this coming from an outsider, when it's a simple fact that people got tired of his dictatorship and want to get rid of him. He mocks him about them fighting for the same reason as he fought for 10 years ago. Jacksongord is blank at this, still convinced that he's been a good leader, and shows disappointment at the familiar faces for backstabbing him as a result of his kindness. This nonchalant attitude irks the rebels even more and decide to strike him, calling him a worthless captain to them who thinks he owns them. Jacksongord is ready to face them even though annoyed since he can't use all his powers to end them there and then. Sihan is getting amused greatly at the situation of Jacksongord and praises the dragon trap barrier, making him praise Keltron once again for being able to hire someone even from the ivory tower. Keltron also agrees he didn't think it would work, but Magion Trendon agreed very easily. Sihan ponders over it, knowing the ivory tower must be having something in mind with this. Keltron shows remorse at the fact that some information about their coup d'etat already leaked, but Sihan is calm knowing that in situations like these, information is bound to get leaked, especially in approaches like that of the ivory tower, so they can't really do anything about this. Keltron calls Jacksongord stupid over not noticing such details, but after a pause he adds that it's understandable for him not to. His eyes shine while further adding how he was in charge of all that information, once again surprising Sihan. But Keltron is satisfied that this also makes it feasible for them to get rid of Jacksongord. On the other hand, Jacksongord is extremely frustrated at the situation where he's actually getting hurt by the attacks of the soldiers that he can so easily defeat if not the barrier, and wants to get rid of it. He exclaims, warning the rebellions to get rid of the barrier once last time. Also, quick reminder as we are going through the recap, if you are new to the channel, around 52% of viewers are not already subscribed, and if that's you and you want to guarantee you're always up to date with all good content like this, so feel free to hit that subscribe button and join us on the road to 1 million subs. And if you enjoy the video or if you found it interesting, let me know by dropping a like and comment on it as well, would be seriously appreciated. Let's continue. Jacksongord's father-in-law, Duke Chromaton, screams at the knights on creating havoc and threatens them with his status of being the king's relative, and how everyone should kneel and beg for his forgiveness, but this proves to be the wrong statement for him as the knights pull their swords out against him for the sake of the future of their nation, ready to get rid of a now scared Chromaton. Some of the Black Lion Knights march against Ains, but he stops them, telling them he's not betraying his father, but trying to get rid of the people who are tempting his father to the wrong side, so there's no point in fighting. The knights agree to wait for the king to get back, to which Ains smiles at them on avoiding unnecessary bloodshed. Ains thinks to himself of succeeding in maintaining peace in the palace, but there's still some part left to this battle. He puts his hopes on Keltrin's plan for the rest of the win, hoping for things to go as planned. Jacksongord feels tired for not being able to use his complete strength. He swears at his opponents for trying to be against his own owner. They fight back with words too, telling him he is undeserving of the title of the king, revealing they are working under the command of Prince Ains now. Jacksongord receives another shock of the day, realizing his own blood betrayed him, but of course it's not just his own son, but his most trusted person, Keltrin, and all the people who sworn loyalty to him. He's been betrayed FRPM all places at once, and this manages to anger him enough to decide to kill every single one of the traitors ready to break free from this spell. Sihon is once again amused at the anger as he's seeing a traitor getting mad at being betrayed. Even though knowing it's petty to feel good about the situation, Sihon still feels satisfied at what's unfolding. He wishes for Jacksongord to try harder to break free, since he doesn't want his revenge through persona people but himself. The soldiers are still convinced they can defeat Jacksongord with the barrier spell, serving as the last straw to Jacksongord's anger, who manages to create his hand of a giant, breaking out of the spell and trapping the enemy soldiers. But Zeon timely remembers Sihon's words of guidance when dealing with a hand of a giant. He knows that the weakness of the giant hand lies at the wrist, which is connected to the earth, so he breaks that pulse before Jacksongord can close his fist and kill all those trapped in it. Jacksongord, with the darkest expressions and eyes shining in anger, praises the black giant, Zeon, of pulling this impressive move, mocking him of considering him just a bait in all this plan. Everyone else panics at Jacksongord escaping the barrier. Jacksongord expresses his anger and disappointment since he desperately wants to finish all those traitors, but feels tired due to the barrier, so can't take his revenge at the moment. He threatens them to be ready for their death once he gets back to get rid of them. The rebellion army feels frightened and nervous at the threat and try to catch Jacksongord before he GRTS away, but of course they fail at doing so. Jacksongord feels utterly humiliated at the situation that went down and at the fact that he's running away at the moment. He's annoyed and determined to get back at every single person back there. The Magians panic in front of Keltrin about Jacksongord getting away and them missing an opportunity that they could have only gotten once, but Keltrin is extremely calm and composed at the situation, and tells them not to worry as everything is still going just as they planned it to go. He reasons them that he's still our king and the situation can get problematic if a lot of people witness him being killed. He consoles them that Sean Stein, the disciple, has already went after him and Jacksongord would simply disappear in the middle of nowhere with not even a single trace left of even his body. This way, Terranor will only remember him with his evil and failed rule and won't again be labeled as a hero. The True are flabbergasted at the confident words of Keltrin, not being able to comprehend how his confidence makes them completely trust his words. They all decide to go back to Prince Ains for further discussion about the matter at hand. A flashback shows a young Jacksongord with a few people behind him staring at young Lilstein and Sihon questioning them who they are. Sihon asks if he's the leader here while a quiet Lilstein stand behind looking nervous. Even though Jacksongord stands in front of them with a big axe, Sihon stands confident against him while Lilstein panics about only them two being against those bulky looking guys, to which Sihon huffs at him, mocking him for being a 6th floor Magion and being scared in front of a few bandits. Lilstein counters it as being nervousness. Sihon mocks him for acting like a kid when he's not, while Lilstein asks about the exact opposite about Sihon being a kid yet so fearless. Gord stands there bemused at the two just bantering on their own in his place, but he realizes what's more concerning is his fellows calling them bandits and ending up bringing people back at their base. Those guys, scared of Gord, try to explain that they tried their best, but the opponent was a sword higher. Seo Moon, witnessing all this, casually asks Gord that his subordinates took a good amount of their stuff, which he wants to know if they'll be returning it anytime soon. Gord smiles at this, stating the obvious fact of not stealing the stuff in the first place, if they had any plan of returning it back. He challenges Seo Moon to try and take it by force if he wants, showing off his fighting energy, while Seo Moon, already expecting this, shows his plans of doing exactly that by fighting it back right away. Gord is surprised at the energy he faces from Seo Moon, sure that he is almost a master rank sword higher. On the other hand, Seo Moon is also impressed by the strength coming from Gord. They both have a pretty strong face-off, ending up being highly impressed by each other. They both exchange names, and Seo Moon tells him he's wasting his strengths on thievery, and how he wasn't expecting to meet someone with this much ability in a place like these. Gord listens to him with focus, while Seo Moon happily offers if he wants to accomplish greater things in life. A tired Gord wakes up from this dream, seeing the sun has settled and it's night already. He's relieved at feeling better and being able to get rid of the people chasing him. He thought he'd forgotten the route to his old base, but he didn't expect to reach his old hideout with such ease, since he'd abandoned this place long before the revolutionary era. He sighs, knowing that even if a large search party has been searching for them, they won't be able to reach this place or expect him to be hiding here. This benefit helped him get some rest, which suddenly awakens his anger, wanting to return to Leighton Cell and get his revenge. He feels determined to have those traitors beg for their lives in front of him, but is suddenly disturbed out of his thoughts when he heard some creaking from nearby. He's alarmed at someone approaching him and just cannot fathom how the search squad would have been able to find him in a place like this. Then again, Gord thinks of this as a perfect moment to take out his pent-up anger. He gets ready to face whatever comes at him, not at all expecting what actually is coming at him. Gord screams he's gonna pay the person the price of betrayal, when he's cut off by someone mentioning the irony of his words, telling him he wants to use the exact same words to him. Gord sees a familiar shadow in the dark. His eyes go wide when he sees the familiarity in the person in front of him. Seo Moon and Alita walk from the tress into his sight, making him recall the situation of Lilstein and Seo Moon walking into his sight, the same way in his dream. Seeing his face clearly, he almost cannot believe the reality, while Seo Moon greets his former friend, who's too shocked to react at the moment. Gord has a hard time in wording the phrase, "How did he get back?" while an impatient Seo Moon cuts him off, angrily asking if he's surprised that he managed to get back after the way they sent him back to the other world. He shouts how is that all he would like to say to a friend he hasn't met in a decade, while Gord only looks at Seo Moon, venting with almost a blank expression when Seo Moon, not being able to control anymore, strikes an attack at Gord. Gord dodges it at the right moment, now perfectly sure that it indeed is Seo Moon. This time he manages to ask that he really managed to get back, to which Seo Moon clenches his teeth that indeed he is back and strikes at Gord once again. Gord has a hard time defending himself, but finally does manage to counter his attack. He is now composed about the situation and talks about how Lilstein and Saffron were sure he won't be able to get back, to which Seo Moon agrees that indeed it wasn't easy for him to get back, but what they made him go through was enough motivation for him to not give up. Gord is amused and mentions how this proves that the Magians aren't always right. Gord then talks about how this big of a rebellion felt really strange to him, but knowing that Seo Moon was involved at the base of all this connects all the dots. He questions if it was his plan to have all the events conclude to them reaching this place, since Seo Moon's also one of the people who is too familiar with this place. Seo Moon huffs, mocking Gord about not being as stupid as he thought of him, to which Gord grins. With clarity of what's happening now, he is ready to face the otherworldly savior who has returned to get his revenge. He faces Seo Moon, telling him he won't be making any excuses about what he did, nor does he intend on begging Seo Moon for forgiveness in any way. He excitedly challenges Seo Moon to try his best to claim his head. An extremely angry Seo Moon finally says the words he's been aiming to say from the start of this conversation. He tells Gord that he'll make him pay the price of his betrayal. Alita is flabbergasted at the amount of fighting energy she's witnessing in front of her eyes. The overwhelming energy makes her actually realize that this indeed is a battle between two revolutionary heroes. A wildly excited Jacksongord shatters his explosive art towards Sihon, who retaliates with Tyrant King Art's tornado. This shocks and offends Jacksongord since that attack was too weak for him. Whereas in Sihon's mind, it was just taking a chance, but he is sure that Jacksongord's fighting energy is way stronger to get defeated by that. Both of them get into an intense combat, with attacking each other with their skills and fighting energy. Ironically enough, Jacksongord's actually enjoying it all since it's after 11 years that he's had a proper match with Sihon, and it's been almost that long since he felt this level of thrill during a fight. This kind of pisses Sihon off since Jacksongord seems so composed even in such a situation, so he mocks it, blaming it over Jacksongord's lack of using brain. Jacksongord replies back with not considering any such thing because having Sung Sihon as his opponent would make the perfect battle, to mark the end of his life. Jacksongord thinks how 10 years ago, all the revolutionary heroes came together to think of the way to get rid of Sihon, but failed, so it's obvious what the result would be if he fights Sihon alone. He's sure that it's gonna be his last fight, so he's not aiming to win but to give his best so to not be embarrassed about this last battle. Jacksongord again tries to strike Sihon, which he defends, but Jacksongord notices something off about the scenario. Jacksongord strikes again and then he finally stalls, baffled. He questions Sihon why hasn't he been using his fighting energy steel against him. Sihon seems mentally frustrated about the situation. Fighting energy steel is a skill used by sword hires above transcendent rank, producing a stronger and purer form of formless fighting energy as a defense technique. Jacksongord mentions remembering his fighting energy steel's vision very vividly, and he knows it's not there and Sihon has only been deflecting his attacks. He adds how it does not seem that Sihon is willingly suppressing his skills and pretending to be weak, so he throws ahead the question that has really been intriguing him: whether Sihon has truly become weak. Sihon seems a bit troubled for a moment, but then composes himself, sighing and questioning if Jacksongord interrogates every opponent of his like that. He then decides to come clean to the simple-minded enemy of his. He tells Jacksongord that the energies he knows from 10 years back no longer exist, since he spent them in efforts of coming back to Terranor. Jacksongord digests all this and then gets even more furious, questioning Sihon's audacity to come to him for revenge, if he's not as strong anymore. This surprises Sihon, who's suddenly showered with Jacksongord's attacks. He has a hard time defending himself, while Jacksongord now enjoys the turn of events even more since his energy was of no match to Sihon back then, but now seeing Sihon's all efforts in front of him, he knows he can fight it. He tells Sihon that he thought this was gonna be his last battle, but now he'll be sure that Sihon is the one to die. Sihon fights back, telling Jacksongord that even though weaker, he's still strong enough to kill him since he knows all the tricks up Jacksongord's sleeve. But Jacksongord's not having it anymore. He strikes at Sihon again, questioning his plans with this little of energy. Jacksongord uses his ultimate battle seal of hand if giant against Sihon, startling Sihon and confirming to Jacksongord that indeed Sihon has become so weak that he didn't retaliate with his own battle seal. A baffled Sihon is unable to dodge the seal once again and ends up getting into the fist of the giant hand. Jacksongord looks down on Sihon with pity since nobody ever would have expected Sihon to be in such a situation. Sihon mocks Jacksongord of not having any doubts about killing him, surprising him. He finally voices out his curiosity about the events of 10 years ago with all his pent-up anger. He confronts Jacksongord on when all his friends decided to betray him. Why did they just send him back and not kill him? Also, quick reminder as we are going through the recap, if you are new to the channel, around 52% of viewers are not already subscribed, and if that's you and you want to guarantee you're always up to date with all good content like this, so feel free to hit that subscribe button and join us on the road to 1 million subs. And if you enjoy the video or if you found it interesting, let me know by dropping a like and comment on it as well, would be seriously appreciated. Let's continue. This question has been bothering Sihon since the past 10 years. They could have easily killed him if a dagger had stabbed and pushed him into the dimensional portal rather than Lavinashand, since he was completely defenseless in the portal. So he questions Jacksongord once again on why did they not do that and send him back safe and sound. Was it because of some guilt for betraying or any other reason? Jacksongord seems conflicted but nevertheless decides to share the real reason since he's going to be killing Sihon after it anyway. He tells Sihon that he indeed wanted to kill him back then, but 3 of them were hypocrites enough to say that they are willing to betray Sihon, but they don't want to kill him and they wouldn't tolerate it or be in support of the rest if the plan involves killing Sihon. Trying to make it clear to Sihon, he tells them that those 3 were willing to backstab Sihon for their own benefits, but didn't want to give a guilty conscience of murdering him. So it was decided to just send him back to his own world. Jacksongord further shares his annoyance that they shouldn't even have decided to betray him in the first place if they were that nice of people. He confidently calls himself different in that aspect since he decided to openly betray Sihon completely to be the king, which wouldn't have been possible for him if Sihon had stayed in Terranor. He refused to deny any of it or not take the blame of it and openly confesses to Sihon of being a traitor, without any regret of the choices that he made back then. He says he is a traitor but not a coward to not accept it. Sihon listens to all this patiently only to grin evilly moments later. He laughs at the idiocy of Jacksongord to be saying those words so confidently, but those words are what make him a coward actually. This obviously confuses Jacksongord, but Sihon mocks him for deciding to live by acknowledging all his crimes, which is the biggest act of a coward and a bastard, thinking openly accepting all his dirty deeds makes him better. This infuriates Jacksongord to no end, who tells Sihon to keep blabbing about all this since he's gonna kill him anyways. Jacksongord moves ahead to attack Sihon one final time, not expecting Sihon to break free from the seal and retaliate the attack since he now knows the truth from 10 years back. Jacksongord is left speechless at the sight of Sihon not being so weak after all. He has a hard time recovering from the shock while Sihon, with a dark expression, tells Jacksongord that his act of being weak and desperate helped him confirm that Jacksongord did not get any stronger in the past 10 years and has the same strengths and weaknesses as before. He keeps mocking Jacksongord over this while Jacksongord clenches his teeth in anger and annoyance. Jacksongord screams in annoyance for Sihon tricking him while Sihon keeps looking down at him for falling for this trick. He questions Jacksongord why did he not question the situation at all. Someone who spent 10 years trying to come back and get revenge would obviously have something up his sleeve, and not be as weak as he seemed to be. Jacksongord feels embarrassed and humiliated at the situation, which he vents out in form of attacking Sihon, with a great deal of his fighting energy. Sihon dodges it and retaliates Jacksongord's attacks with his own skills. He uses his heavenly wave, to which Jacksongord clenches his teeth. Since a while back it seemed that Sihon couldn't come close to those past skills of his, but Sihon is composed mentally attacking Jacksongord, with insults alongside physical attacks. They both get indulged in another series of back-and-forth attacks. The only spectator of this powerful battle, Alita, just stands there stunned and pale at the sight of all the power. She's been witnessing the power that has been spoken of in legends and stories. She thinks of how she wanted to support Sihon with her magic, but clearly their levels are far apart. But the question remains on why would Sihon bring her here if she can't support him in the fight. On the main end, Sihon and Jacksongord are intensely fighting each other when Sihon inquires about the 3 hypocrites. Jacksongord mocks him for if he's thinking of forgiving those 3, and abandoning his revenge, then the amount of determination he came back with becomes highly questionable and he'll kill Sihon for it. Jacksongord again uses his hand of a giant and earthquake aura to create a fist and throw a rocket punch at Sihon while Sihon get ready to retaliate to this attack that he hasn't witnessed in a long time. He uses his own earthquake aura of extreme light to break through the giant fist, shocking and infuriating Jacksongord. He knows none of his attacks are working anymore, but he just wasn't giving up. He knew when he met Sihon that this was going to be his end and he was ready to accept it, but with Sihon's act of being weak, there came a confident hope in Jacksongord of being able to defeat Sihon and save himself, so instead of fighting for his honor anymore, he started fighting to survive. However, the change in reality made it impossible for him to stay calm, and Sihon finally feels the satisfaction of seeing the real expressions of Jacksongord. This angers Jacksongord even more, who exclaims it was better to kill him back then, but Sihon is done with it. He's gotten his answers and he's gotten the satisfaction, so he finally strikes Jacksongord with his heavenly waves meteor shower, aiming right at his chest. Jacksongord gets a pretty terrible blow with Sihon's attack and wonders if it's the end for him, but realizes it wasn't strong enough to kill him. Even in a pathetic state, Jacksongord mocks Sihon for getting weaker and not being able to kill him with that sky-breaking art, but Sihon is unbothered. He has his own question for Jacksongord. He rhetorically questions Jacksongord that he's not going to tell him the name of the 3 hypocrites even if asked, right? Gord replies in the obvious answer which Seo expected knowing the kind of person Gord is. But his main question that he asks next is about why did he decide to betray Seo since he wasn't the kind of person to have interest in luxury or politics, so why did he have to become a king at the expense of this betrayal? Gord lightly laughs at this questions, sitting up with a lot of pain mocking Seo for not understanding the situation at all. He tells him there was no way that he was going to be Seo's subordinate and obey every direction and command of his like a dog just because he was stronger than him and his friend. Seo, unbothered, tells Gord he knows that these phrases are not originally his, but of course his thoughts must be similar to have decided to agree to whoever told him all this. Seo closes his eyes for a moment, and then opens them to reveal the fire of revenge in this ready to collect his debt of the friendship and trust he gave to Gord. This freaks Gord for an instant, but then he smiles, telling Seo to go ahead and kill him. Seo feigns confusion at this statement and lightly laughs questioning why would he kill Gord when he never tried that on him, and only sent him back to his homeland. Seo says that with such victorious expressions while Gord sits there bewildered at what Seo's talking about doing. Seo calls Alita ahead while Gord starts to get impatient on Seo dragging the situation and tells him to just kill him and get this over with, but Seo still remains calm and repeats that he is not going to kill Gord, since even though they wanted to kill him back then, they eventually didn't and only kicked him out of Terranor. Gord clenches his teeth at the build-up while Seo takes his time in dragging the situation, telling him he's going to go for the perfect revenge, as the saying goes on Earth, an eye for an eye. This is when Gord finally starts to comprehend what Seo has been implying. He swears at Seo who opens a portal having gates of the otherworld by only touching Alita. He used her magical energy to do so, leaving even Alita shocked at this. Commanding magic is the magic of using someone else's magical energy to increase one's own. The monsters from the otherworld can borrow their summoner's magical energy and use it. He excuses to Alita that he wasn't going to bring her here, but his own magical energy has been recovering slow, so he needed to borrow hers to complete his agenda. Alita just stands there stunned at how this isn't just any simple revenge that he's getting, but Seo is going to throw Gord into another dimension, and that is why he needed her. Gord has a hard time trying to stay steady due to the portal right behind him, while Seo enjoys the sight knowing it was exactly the hard time he was having 10 years ago. But he mentions the one difference in their situations. He was being sent home from Terranor hut. Gord is going to be dropped in a place no one knows about, so this doesn't make the revenge fair, but Seo refers to it as a debt. And as time goes by, the interest on the debt keeps building up until it's paid off. So it's reasonable for Seo to have this interest alongside the debt being paid off. This is the moment where Gord actually freaks out and feels scared about the situation, knowing beyond this portal is the home to all those disgusting monsters that were summoned by the Tyrant King, and that they all fought against 10 years ago. He painfully thinks if Seo is going to make him fight all those monsters alone in a place who he knows nothing about, and where there will be no one else. But it keeps getting harder for Gord to hold back against the pull of the portal, so he exclaims the last words, that he won't be defeated that way and will surely be back alive to kill Seo. Seo listens to this unamused while Alita stands there confused and shocked. Seo finally pushes Gord into the portal and closes it, done with the first stage of his revenge. Alita finally speaks, questioning the chance of the ivory tower, noticing the shaking of the dimensions, but Seo is unbothered, not caring about this since they'll be moving away anyway and they have the prevention magic on them that will cover the traces from them. He then moved towards Gord's clothes left behind and jokingly picks up his underwear, thinking of earning some money with it, but obviously Alita finds this gross. She then inquires what will happen to Gord, but Seo himself has no idea where he flew off to, so they don't know if he'll adapt to some new place or encounter some monster and get killed right away. Alita shares her concern of it being better to kill him since there's a chance of him coming back this way. Seo, while burning of Gord's clothes, tells Alita that it's hard since Gord isn't a Magion, but obviously the probability is not zero since he came back too, while everyone thought otherwise. She asks about the situation if he actually comes back. Seo's expressions turn darkly excited at this possibility of being able to see the consequences of his revenge. Aang smoothly takes over the kingdom smoothly by forging a story that Gord realized his inability to be a good ruler, and stepped down the throne himself, passing it to Aang to return to living as a free countryman. Ains further announces the change of the kingdom name to the Latenberg Kingdom. His first task to do after taking the crown was to reorganize his cabinet by appointing Viscount Crumble as his head of administration, in place of Keltrin. He rewarded Joldarin and Ravel by appointing them commander and vice-commander, and lastly promoted Keltrin to the status of a prime minister. This made all the nobles of Jexengord to worry about getting exiled along with their families, since Ains totally reset the kingdom appointments by removing people working for Jexengord, but Ains used this as an opportunity to improve his image by calling it cruel to exempt all of the nobles' families, so he chose to forgive them all. Using this excuse of proving his benevolence, he smoothly mentions taking Queen Layla, daughter of Chromaton and the former queen, as his wife. This shocks everyone and builds questions in their mind, but the excuse of Ains leaving behind the past buries all the doubts, and makes the nobles swear loyalty to him. Ains mentally praises Keltrin's plan and its success, while Layla discreetly expresses her happiness of finally being treated as a person, instead of an object like in the past. Sihon excitedly enters Keltrin's office, congratulating him on becoming the prime minister, and joking about the entire kingdom's fortune coming directly under his hand, while Keltrin laughs it off, mentioning he won't be doing any misdeed with that since the past fortune from Jexengord has become enough for him as a fortune. The two then discuss how everything turned out well smoothly, and due to Jexengord's lack of quality rule, people would appreciate Ains more, but Keltrin expresses a little worry of the kingdom becoming truly weak since they were saved from attack before due to Jexengord's strengths, but now the kingdom isn't completely exposed to danger. Sihon does not think it's that danger ours, to which Keltrin butters him up that it's because Sihon will put the rest of the kingdoms in same state soon. He then mentions devoting himself completely in support of Sihon's revenge, but Sihon knows Keltrin is not that selfless, and jokes about it. Keltrin then clears his throat and gets serious, telling Sihon that defeating the other revolutionary heroes would definitely not be as easy as dealing with Jexengord, since Jexengord was the only one who was proven to be a bad king, and did not try at all to improve his skills and abilities, while the others actually did work hard on themselves afterwards. Lilstein and Saffron rule the 4 ivory towers and have reached the stage of flow master. Even Sihon thinks to himself that he surely knows those two are much better Magians than him now. Keltrin further briefs that Thurant and Karen have also improved their strengths and indeed worked hard in themselves, unlike Jexengord. He then hesitantly adds that the strongest of all of them has indeed become Lavina. Sihon, upon seeing his hesitance, tells him to go ahead and be clear, to which Keltrin mentions that when it will come to choosing between those heroes and the otherworldly savior Sihon, every sane person would definitely choose Sihon, but if the choice comes between Sihon and Thief Queen Lavina, then the choice would not be that simple and obvious. Sihon's eyes go wide in disbelief at this revelation. He never expected Lavina to have become that strong. Keltrin sighs sadly and goes ahead in talking about the 3 people he knows Joe can go up against Sihon. One was the Guardian Knight of Lusklin Empire, Rodark, who's already been killed by Sihon. The second being the mercenary King Barak, whose whereabouts have been unknown since the fall of his empire, so nobody knows if he's even alive or not anymore. While the third person is Lavina, who hides herself behind her magic. Lavina has reached the deity rank over the time and is the only person on the continent who currently possesses the qualities of the otherworldly savior, mercenary King Barak, and the knight Rodark. Sihon is left speechless and shocked at this information, not being able to digest that Lavina has gotten so much stronger, but then he realizes that 10 years back when she was just in her late teens, then too she has a transcendent rank and was known to be a prodigy, so it makes sense that she reached the ultimate rank by now. Keltrin further adds that he thinks it's a possibility that the Arant has reached close to Lavina's rank too, along with adding that, even with this rank, her not trying to take over the other kingdoms shows that she's still doubtful about winning against the others. Sihon is too confused to understand all that. He mentions to Keltrin of the possibility of being confused about someone else, since Lavina wasn't the person to step on other people due to her greed. Keltrin tries to form decent words to be clear to Sihon, but not being able to do so, he apologizes in advance and then lashes out on Sihon, telling him everyone knows Lavina and everyone knows she's exactly like that, be it the other heroes or a follower of some king like Keltrin. And the only person who doesn't really know Lavina has been Sihon. Sihon just sits there silent and dejected with his head bowed down, to which Keltrin bows to Sihon and apologizes for his behavior. But Sihon panics and waves it off, telling him he's not mad at Keltrin and gives the excuse of having stomach ache, and gets up to go get some rest. He walks away thinking that Keltron's words were right and the last interaction of his with Lavina, showing her cold eyes, may have been her true nature he didn't know of. Also, quick reminder as we are going through the recap, if you are new to the channel, around 52% of viewers are not already subscribed, and if that's you and you want to guarantee you're always up to date with all good content like this, so feel free to hit that subscribe button and join us on the road to 1 million subs. And if you enjoy the video or if you found it interesting, let me know by dropping a like and comment on it as well, would be seriously appreciated. Let's continue. Alita notices Sihon getting ready and questions if he's going somewhere, to which he responds in affirmative of being bored, so going on a walk to borrow some books. Alita happily offers to tag along, excusing as being bored herself. Dina excitedly jumps trying to accompany her master, to which Zeon timely interrupts her, and forcefully drags her along to train her so she doesn't interrupt Sihon's romantic break. Dina resists going with Zeon since she does not want to leave Alita alone with Sihon. Sihon and Alita laugh it off thinking the two are close friends, hence the banter occurred. Sihon and Alita enjoy the walk down the town, liking the changed and lively atmosphere after Jexengord. Alita notices a library and they both go in where she surfs through the books while Sihon spots some fan fictions about his life, specifically romantic fictions. He notices a book named Otherworld Savior's Lover and picks it, curious if it's about Lavina and him, only to receive a traumatic image of him and Lil Stein being each other's love interests in the story. He keeps ranting in rage and embarrassment at the thought of this while Alita is amused at the sight of a rambling Sihon. Alita ends up buying a book while Sihon comes out with The Fright of the Imagination World and People Hold. While casually strolling, they both come across the statues of all the revolutionary heroes that Jexengord got made. Alita points out his statue, which makes him realize how he looks in the sight of other people. Even though disturbing, it's kind of a relief since people won't be able to easily recognize him. Alita then questions what Sihon's next plan is going to be since he succeeded in the first part of his revenge now. Sihon wonders while looking at the statues of his targets. He mentions being able to defeat Lil Stein or Saffron since magic is their forte and it doesn't work on him, but he knows better than to make an opinion about a Magion just like that, so he is not gonna aim at them for now. He mentions thinking of going after their aunt since he can have a one-on-one fight with him, but Keltron's words of him almost being reached the deity rank halted Sihon since he has not yet recovered all his powers, and still lies on the transcendent rank, which could have him lose against their aunt. So Alita questions if they should keep training till then, but he taps his foot bored since he already waited for all this since 10 years and he just doesn't want to do that anymore, so he has his next target in sight. He has been planning to take down Karen Ignatius, known to people as the Immortal Witch. Sihon briefs Alita that Karen has been a witch that possesses the two powers that usually no people possess at the same time. She possesses the power to heal people and well as the destruction power. She can heal people from diseases and destroy people by inflicting diseases on them, so this is a very dangerous power, but not something to help use as a combat skill. Alita sounds concerned for them to be dealing with someone who can inflict diseases on people, but Sihon is not really worried about that since Terranor's diseases can't infect him, so her authority won't work on him. Alita is surprised as to how no disease of theirs could affect him, which counts as a relief to Sihon since he'd already been dead elsewise. He mentions that even Earth's diseases won't affect anyone here since out of curiosity he brought with him all kinds of diseases with him, and it's a mystery how the portals don't allow it since those bacteria are indeed living organisms. Alita also wonders what the standard of living being is for these portals, to which Sihon smiles, recalling this exact thought being Lil Stein's research 10 years back. He recalls the memory where Lil Stein kept bugging Sihon about the history of what the criteria of living being is for crossing dimensions, to which Sihon replies maybe it's related to something having a soul, so Lil Stein keeps getting darker in ideas over his curiosity about possibilities of people dying within the portal and moving across as ghouls or a pregnant mother with a living baby inside dying within the portal. These scare Sihon, so he tries to stop Lil Stein, who shyly smiles considering this the concept of researches on magic. Lil Stein then approaches Sihon with a rather gross example than dark by asking if a person is sucked in the dimensional portal while pooping, what will happen to the shit? This earns Lil Stein a smack on the head on being so gross before their lunchtime, but the smack wasn't by Sihon but by none other than Karen. Karen serves everyone with food while they all look at it with a concerned look. She dejectedly tells that the ingredients are hard to get lately, but they all wave it off saying it's good. Lilstein and Sihan ask if she's eaten, but she makes an excuse of not being hungry. The two kids look at each other and enthusiastically wave their spoons in front of her mouth asking her to eat. She smiles and denies, but their insistence makes her take it from them. The two happily turn towards their aunt, wanting him to have it too, to which the guy with the pride denies of never in life accepting to eat like that. He then walks off being done with eating while the three look at him leave. Sihan and Lilstein talk bad about him from the back, to which he shouts at them from outside while Karen observes all this with a polite smile resting on her face. She then stops leaving Sihan and wraps his scarf around him, telling him she fixed it for him since it's getting cold outside. Sihan recalls her affection and thinks of how her care for all of them was like a mother or a sister, even though some of them were older than her. He mentions thinking if the woman in her family would have been like that if he had one, since she has been a very kind, calm, and warm-hearted person. Karen was a person who he remembers as one who never lost her smile no matter how hard the situation was. Darkly enough, she even used to have a smile on face while slaying the enemies in fights. Sihan laughs a bit, telling they all seem to be close enough and comfortable enough like a family back then, and he truly learned a lesson from them. Alita seems a bit concerned for Sihan at this mention, but he smiles at her, suggesting they should head back. At the Ignatius Kingdom, Karen discusses with her workers about the dethroning of Keltron, to which they tell her that his eldest son Ains is the new ruler, and all this was plotted by Count Keltron. Karen is surprised at this since the person so well known as a coward cannot make this big of an accomplishment just like that. Feeling something odd, she tells them to investigate further about what exactly went down there. She calls in for the next person when an old man enters, and discusses the issue about the displaced people who fled from Jexengord's kingdom and came here. He informs that some of them broke into the temple and stole the stuff that was sacrificed for the goddess. She questions why would they do that since it was ordered to supply them with ample food and necessities. The old man hesitantly mentions that the person in charge of the distribution turned out to be a fraud, and didn't quite provide those people with the supplies. He further mentions that stealing the sacrifices for the goddess is considered as a heavy sin, and then takes a moment to mention how the punishment is the problem. Those people were only trying to feed their starving families, hence they were stealing that stuff, so giving them a harsh punishment would be quite unfair to them. Karen interrupts the man with a blank expression, telling him they should stick to the goddess commandments, and even though their situation was tough, it's not an excuse for their sins, so she blankly announces the punishment, to hang all those people as well as the person who committed the embezzlement. The old man stands there with a little pained expression at this command, but Karen coldly adds that the laws made by humans are emotionally biased, hence are unfair, and they should only follow the laws and saying by their goddess because only those are the right ways of life. The old man is excused to leave while he looks at the queen, thinking of how emotionless her eyes are, even though the judgment she made was not at all fair, but of course they have to do as the commandments say. On the other hand, Keltron excitedly comes to Sihan, informing him of having taken care of all his requirements by adding the name of the three to the envoy heading towards the Ignatius Kingdom. A casually lying Sihan is surprised at the pace of Keltron since he just asked him to want a way to approach Karen, naturally just a day ago, and he came up with the problem being solved. He thought Keltron will come up with an idea to this issue, but he came with all preparations made. Keltron laughs awkwardly, telling he knew Ains would send an envoy to different nations as a new king, so he left space for 3 envoys of every nation for a situation like this. Sihan is half impressed at this, but casually asks Keltron to ask his plans the next time, so he doesn't have to compromise someone's job to leave spaces in every possible team for them. Keltron likes the idea and accepts it, and then briefs Sihan about Ignatius and the other kingdoms having a positive outlook towards this change of rule here, so the envoy can help him contact all other kingdoms as well except for one. Sihan mentions having an idea of knowing this person who was the closest to Jexengord and won't like Ains right away, but he expects not from her to start an open war with it. He thinks of the possibility of meeting Saffron earlier than he expected with this. Only Saffron of all the revolutionary heroes did not make any friendly statement towards Ains' takeover, since he was the one who was closest to Jexengord since the start. Sihan recalls how it's always been like that, and it felt more like Saffron was always controlling Jexengord, and obviously is suspicious about Jexengord stepping down because he knows Jexengord well. Sihan worries if Saffron would make a move and whether they should aim towards him then Karen first. But Keltron assures him that there's nothing to worry about. He explains how all other kingdoms support this, which includes the fact that the strongest kingdom, the Lilstein kingdom, is in support of Jexengord's dethroning. Since Saffron and Lilstein are both Magians and have always been competitive, any wrong move by Saffron would put him and his kingdom on the vulnerable end, so he'll definitely be cautious about acting rashly. Keltron suggests him not to worry and focus on moving towards Anasia's kingdom while he keeps everything prepared for them. Sihon smiles, casually agreeing to Keltron and counting on him with this stuff. As the delegation travels towards the Anasia's kingdom, Sihon is asked by another hire if he's comfortable riding a horse, to which he responds in affirmative. On the other hand, Alita seems to be having a hard time riding a horse, and even though Sihon tries to tell her to rest it, she really seems to want to learn riding a horse. Sihon mentions how Dina is from a noble family and Zeon is a knight, so they know how to ride a horse, and even though Alita is from a noble family, hers has fallen. She decides to try and get a hold on horse riding till they reach Anasia's. At the camping site for the night, Sihon feels good on how they have a little authority this time and all of their tasks are being done for them by other people. Zeon wonders on why they have to sleep in the wild when they are a proper delegation and not on some mercenary mission, but Dina interjects, clearing that their country is not developed enough to provide for leisure like that and most of the area is mountainous, so there's no aid around. She mentions how there used to be a government around, but during the Revolutionary era, the bridge at the gorge was destroyed and never repaired, so the only route left is the longer route. She wonders dejectedly on how good their trade would have been with Anasius if the bridge hadn't fallen, reminding everyone how she's a trade merchant's daughter. Alita wonders how a bridge connecting mountains must be built very strong, so how could it be broken, only to notice Sihon's nervous look. She exclaims if he did it, to which the savior puts half the blame on Jexengord, mentioning how this wasn't much of a thought during the fights back then. He now realizes that people suffer from such actions, so he needs to be careful about not harming ordinary people in any way. Sihon exclaims on what they should do since they are free and the soldiers are working, so Zeon announces that he'll go and help the soldiers, while Alita decides to go train at her horse riding, requesting Sihon to take care of Dina. An overexcited Dina takes out her sword with a smile and charges at Sihon, as if wanting to do that since long, only for Sihon to defend himself via a small wooden branch in his hand with a bored expression. He keeps dodging, telling her that her spirit is appreciable, but overenthusiasm is not a good option when fighting. She sees an opening and tries to attack, only to get defeated by Sihon. She praises him in little pain while he tells her that being overexcited or angry and letting the rage take control of body is never better for one's vision and mind and leads to bad decisions in battle. He further adds on how she should not be swinging her sword mindlessly even when distracted, making her question if that means she shouldn't take shortcuts, so he tells her to not use her skills recklessly in trying to improve, making her question so she should take shortcuts. Not understanding Dina, he tries to assume that she is understanding him and feels like moving on with the situation. She expresses gratitude on his words and casually asks JN, her overexcited stay, whether he also built his foundation the same way before he became the sword hire for Mercenary King. These words take Sihon to a rather traumatic flashback. A young tortured Sihon is seen to be trying to fight a big bulky man who is hitting him brutally and bullying him, asking him to learn to use sword correctly. He looks down on Sihon, telling him he's only there cause they needed his friend, Lilstein, so he should also prove to be of some use rather than being so useless. Lilstein appears from behind, questioning the situation, but the guy is unbothered and considers this the right way to teach swordsmanship, or the person simply dies while getting beaten up when not learning. He threatens Sihon the same way and walks off. Lilstein inquires if Sihon's okay, to which a crying Sihon starts ranting to his friend on how he was forcefully thrown into that world 3 months back, and it's really unfair what's happening to him. Lilstein tries to encourage him that misfortune happens to anyone, but he should live on through this irrationality of life and go back home alive rather than dying in a place he's foreign to. He encourages Sihon that they will indeed survive. Sihon is brought back to reality by Dina, who practiced all he told her to, so he dismisses her off. He recalls how the first person to treat him swordsmanship was a thug, but more than teaching him that, he taught him violence and how easy it is to kill people. He in fact killed that thug, but he also got the determination needed to survive in the hellhole called Terranor. Also, quick reminder as we are going through the recap, if you are new to the channel, around 52% of viewers are not already subscribed, and if that's you and you want to guarantee you're always up to date with all good content like this, So feel free to hit that subscribe button and join us on the road to 1,000,000 subs. And if you enjoy the video or if you found it interesting, let me know by dropping a like and comment on it as well, would be seriously appreciated. Let's continue. The camps are set neatly, which pleases Zeon, while Alita and Sihan joke about the weather getting bad and monsters appearing like their last expedition. The three share a laugh at this while Donna praises the company and the beef stew. The latter praise halts the three, leaving Dina all confused. Sihan exclaims about the stew not being good while Alita calls Dina pure, someone who hasn't tried Zeon's cooking yet. They both rant about the food being too bland as compared to Zeon's food and their taste expectations getting higher due to being accustomed to his food. They both sigh and call Zeon bad for spoiling them while Zeon tries to have his stew. Poor Donna still sits there baffled. During the nighttime, the three of them sneak out to a stranded place where no one would find them to train. Sihan suggests the two to learn new techniques. He tells Alita to learn Lavina's stealth technique, while Zeon should learn Jexengord's mountain breaking art and explosive art. Alita shares her concern on how this will be okay, since Sihan is bad at explaining due to being from Earth. Sihan replies of having it all planned. His plan being showing them the techniques every time they do it wrong to help them learn. Alita is not very impressed with this idea, but Zeon is enthusiastic about learning from Sihan. Alita then mentions another concern, that these techniques are unique to the revolutionary heroes, so won't it be suspicious if anybody sees them using these techniques. Sihan seems to have this sorted in his head and tells them confidently to just say they learn it from some random elder. Once again, Alita is not impressed by Sihan's idea, but Sihan explains that it was common back then for masters turning their backs against empires to teach special skills to random youngsters in hopes of saving the future, and this is how Jexengord learned his techniques. Sihan then encourages them to not focus on this, but focus on making the techniques suitable for them and start working. A while into the training, Sihan seems to be overly exhausted since he's been demonstrating the techniques to them every time they got stuck, which lead to him getting tired and hungry. This alarms Zeon, who suggests hunting for Sihan and make a late-night snack. Sihan tries to make sense to Zeon that they should focus on training and that he's not going to find meat this easily around, but before he could finish, Zeon is back with 2 rabbits in his hand. The two stare at Zeon with their mouths hung open, questioning how he got them so fast. Zeon happily shares that he's lucky at hunting, and it's like universe itself sends him prey to hunt whenever he's hungry. Sihan is trying to make sense of this luck of Zeon when something clicks in his head and he asks Zeon to try and hunt right in this place. An unaware Zeon happily agrees and looks around. That's when Sihan notices his aura, as if there's a combative threat around him, and a squirrel suddenly appears in Zeon's vicinity. Sihan stands there shocked, trying to understand the situation. He's never seen sword hires with such a technique, so he asked Zeon where he learned it from, only for Zeon to be confused. It clicks to Sihan that Zeon has not been able to awaken his true abilities, and it wasn't pure talent and luck that got him to the level of a knight, but his abilities that he is unaware of. He analyzes Zeon's accuracy and sensual presence, while Zeon is more focused on tearing down the rabbit to get Sihan find. That's when Sihan exclaims that he was wrong to teach him the explosive or mountain breaking art. In reality, he should be learning the Tyrant King art. Zeon panics at this since it's one of Sihan's 4 exclusive techniques, but Sihan reminds him bored that it was also actually from an old man. Zeon reluctantly agrees, questioning if he'll be able to learn that. Sihan thinks of that technique actually being complex and intricate, but Zeon's talent is worth having him go against one of those revolutionary heroes. He finally understands that Zeon is not the power type of person, but the technical type. He only ever used it in household chores like cleaning and cooking. The next day, the 3 of them are heavily dozed off in the carriage while the old leader, who only offered Sihan in courtesy the day before, rides a horse sadly. Dina is confused on what made the 3 so tired from last night, but her focus is diverted when she witnessed the capital of Anatius, Lysaterium. The delegation enters the palace to greet the queen. They are all welcomed gracefully, while Sihan observed the surrounding to see a few familiar faces from 10 years back. The queen gracefully enters the place, leaving everyone all stunned at her beauty. Even Alita and Zeon can't fathom that this person is one of the 7 revolutionary heroes. Alita jokes to Zeon of hearing she's older than 30 but looking younger than him, who's in his 20s. Mid-banter, they both notice Sihan. He stands there with grim expressions, not being able to recognize the woman in front of her. Later in their restrooms, Alita and Zeon inquire of what he meant about his statement. They ask if it wasn't Karen. Confused himself, he repeats of that person not being Karen. Alita questions if she looked different, but that's not what has been troubling Seo. It's the fact that she looks exactly the same, but it feels different, like she is not the same person from the inside. Seo feels even more troubled in trying to explain what he means, but he just cannot logically explain it to the two. Alita reasons that she might have changed over the span of 10 years, and Zeon suggests him to observe closely again the next day, since there's a party being hosted for the delegation. As if right on time, Dina enthusiastically barges through the door holding dresses for all of them. Traditional dresses for the Gallon race were made for the whole delegation from Leightonburg, so she pushes everyone to try them all in case they need to be altered. Alita dresses up, leaving Dina all hard eyes for her, while Seo mentions never seeing traditional dresses before. Zeon tells him that other cultures used to be ignored during the Berserk Empire's time, but after that some of the cultures were revived during the peaceful times. Seo notices Alita, who gets nervous thinking she looks weird, but he tells her it looks fine. This pisses Dina off since he did not praise Alita well, but Seo remains unbothered. He wishes to take the dress off, feeling uncomfortable due to the multiple layers of the clothing, but Dina suggests he should keep wearing it to get comfortable since the party includes a ball and he'll need the comfort to dance in these clothes. The mention of a ball stills Seo, while Alita, Dina, and Zeon talk casually about how it's been a while since they attended one, which makes him even more anxious. He exclaims towards Zeon on knowing how to dance, but all knights do know how to dance. Dina takes a pause with bored expressions, questioning if Seo doesn't know how to dance, leaving the latter extremely embarrassed and flustered while the three observe him amused. To cover for his embarrassment, Seo comes up with an even more embarrassing statement of calling facing the enemy with sword as sword dancing. But the very next moment, Seo gets into extreme panic mode since he didn't consider the possibility of there being a ball, and he definitely needs to dance in order to approach Karen during the party. Alita smiles at Seo and lightly laughs on finally having something that Seo can't do. To relieve him, she suggests teaching him how to dance. She slowly guides him into steps towards dancing, but the cute moment is broken when during twirling her, Seo moves on to twist her wrist behind her to overpower her, leaving everyone shocked. Dina shouts at Seo for doing so, while Seo is himself surprised at what he did. It turns out an instinctive act due to his habit of being in battles and fights. This makes him worry about the party the next day. A lavish party is hosted for the delegation. Zeon noticed unique kinds of foods that he hasn't seen before and wonders what that is when the person in front of him tells him that it's their traditional food, goris. Seo tastes it, reminding him of the taste of japchae, the Korean food. Zeon fondly offers trying to recreate the food if Seo likes it. Seo wonders when Karen would come to the party. Dina and Alita stand in the crowd with total opposite expressions. While Dina is happy and excited, Alita stands cautious and nervous. Dina tries to calm her, but Alita has a habit of being cautious around her surroundings, so is not able to help it. They are suddenly interrupted by a noble who turns out to be Dina's cousin, Bright, from the Ameth family. They both greet each other when a knight appears behind Bright. Bright introduces him as Duran, their guard knight. Seo and Zeon approach Dina and Alita upon seeing them talking to people they don't recognize. Dina introduces them to her cousin Bright. Alita also introduces herself, leaving Bright awestruck at Alita's beauty. Her praises her and requests to have a dance with her, to which she awkwardly agrees. Dina is annoyed how he openly flirted with her master, and Zeon points out the same thought as her, that he used his cousin to approach Alita. Dina stands there in anger when Duran expresses to have a dancer with her. Happy as someone asked, she agrees. Seo and Zeon stand there amused at the turn of events for Dina. Everyone's attention is diverted to the stairs from where the Queen Karen Ignatius descends gracefully. People are left stunned at her beauty and raise her, while wondering whoever could have the guts to ask such a beautiful emperor and a revolutionary hero to dance with them, but their thoughts are cut short when Seo respectfully approaches her, introduces himself and requests a dance with her. He feels a bit cautious and nervous due to the attention his approach drew, but Karen, after a pause, accepts his offer politely. They both get into a dance while people still obsess over Karen. Sihon remembers how Alita guided him to consider dancing as a part of a combat where you slowly lure the enemy into your trap, because that will help Sihon, whose body is only used to combat and fights. Sihon increases the intensity of the dance by doing exactly what she told and dances with Karen so beautifully and intensely that people call it an amazing dance, while Dina feels goosebumps and Zeon feels bloodlust coming from a dancing Sihon. Even Karen noticed something different in his dance and mentions it, but Sihon casually steps away from the point by praising her and calling her a princess of the moon. He adds that even the rabbits on the moon would be blinded by her beauty. This changes Karen's expressions to a bit shock and bewilderment as she hears rabbits on the moon. A flashback where Sihon and Karen talk about there being a moon on the Earth too. That's when he told her that stories on Earth say they're live rabbits on the moon too due to the shadow sun, the moon mimicking a rabbit figure. She laughs at this, calling those people interesting. They both casually laugh at this story while sitting under the moonlight. In the present, Karen chuckles lightly, calling the rabbits on moon an interesting theory and asks where did her hear it from. After a pause, they both end their dance and he expresses his gratitude towards Her Holiness to have spent time with her. She walks away while Sihon stands there certain that the lady is not Karen. In the Black Ivory Tower, a Magaon, Haland, approaches an older woman and reveals to her that they found the bloodline of Lusklin. She thinks it took longer to find that while the maiden shares that the person has been working as an escort and a sword hirer for a noble family. It took them longer to find because they expected a descendant to the powerful emperor to be a Magaon and not a sword hire. She asks Magaon Haland to send a message to the Temple of the Moon and Prayer Romant to gladly cooperate with him on this issue. The Magaon hesitates at the mention of the heretic questioner Romant, and asks if there's any specific reason to call him. The lady, Brundle, mentions that the moment an otherworldly creature is summoned, magic will become useless and they need to prepare for the situation in case the Lusklin blood attempts to do so it's better to be cautious and not loose. Sihon shares with the two that he is sure this Karen is fake, to which Zeon throws in some questions on why all this is or where is the real Karen. Sihon simply mentions that this situation needs more answers with even more rising questions. Zeon mentions the problem of not even being able to ask anyone about this. Sihon thinks of them being able to approach higher officials with the way Keltrin planned things, but it's not easy to inquire about this problem. He thinks of getting closer to the nobles when it suddenly clicks to him that the first nobles they can easily approach are the Amith family, Dina's relatives. So they decide to approach them first to enhance their relation with the nobles around the Anaceous Empire. Also, quick reminder as we are going through the recap, if you are new to the channel, around 52% of viewers are not already subscribed, and if that's you and you want to guarantee you're always up to date with all good content like this, so feel free to hit that subscribe button and join us on the road to 1 million subs. And if you enjoy the video or if you found it interesting, let me know by dropping a like and comment on it as well, would be seriously appreciated. Let's continue. Duran visits Dina to escort her and her companions to the Amith family mansion while Dina gushes over how Duran calls her a lady and respects her. Alita and Zeon enjoy her antics in amusement. Sihon is content that they themselves got the opportunity to approach the people, or he would have had to come up with some plan. He thinks that these high-class people must have some knowledge about the situation regarding Karen. In the cart, Duran introduces himself again, sharing how he's been serving the family since 6 years and how he became a sword hire at the age of 18. He praises Alita and Zeon upon being on the knight rank, along with praising Dina on training to become a strong knight too under these talented people. Dina awkwardly rubs her neck, denying being talented as she hasn't even learned to properly use her fighting spirit yet. Duran consoles her that swordsmanship is about protecting the honor of those close to you and not just about strength. And just because she is weak at the moment doesn't mean she is not entitled to ever hold a sword. He tells her he is not a perfect student either, but is sharing this to console her since she has a lot of time and will indeed become strong. He talks to her in such a nice way that Dina stares at him with fondness. Sihon is sitting in the corner, cringing over it, talking about Duran being absolutely right, but this situation disgusts him while an emotional Zeon calls him a true knight over all this. Bright welcomes the three with the most enthusiasm and pleasantness. He then proceeds to ask Dina on her and her mother's well-being, to which she tells him her mother is healthy but very busy. Bright agrees, provided the changes in Leighton Birkingdom, while Sihon stands in the background bored about the situation. He thinks of how and when to bring up the topic about Karen since he can't strike the conversation about something like that, casually and spontaneously. He thinks of becoming close to Bright. Meanwhile, Bright wants to get closer to Alita. He suddenly brings out a bouquet of flowers and talks about how he couldn't sleep since he laid eyes on her and wants to know her further. His sudden actions leave everyone shocked and stunned. Alita rambles about how he can suddenly go all out about this since they've only met once and don't know each other at all while he confidently holds flowers to her. Slightly embarrassed, Duran tries to slow Bright down, telling others how always does that when he likes a woman, but Bright in his own world asks Alita to be her partner and let him get to know her more. Alita stands there awkward, not understanding how to decline the offer, but then she closes her eyes and politely apologizes to him, telling him she already has a lover. Adding even more spice to everyone's shocks, she interlinks her arm with Sehun while saying so. Sehun does not know what to do while Alita talks about promising her future to him, so to go with the cover, he agrees in embarrassment along with apologizing on not sharing earlier. Too embarrassed at the situation, Bright dejectedly apologizes to them and then excuses himself for some time. Alita feels a bit bad for him while Duran apologizes for Bright's behavior, himself not expecting him to do this so soon. He offers them to rest till the next day. Sehun and Alita are escorted to a very lavish and fancy room, creeping the two out while the maid tells them that this room was specially prepared by Bright for the two since he was guilty of asking Alita out without knowing she was committed, so it's a form of making up for his mistake by him. They both stand there awkward and then Alita tells him it's time to sleep. He is surprised that she is not panicked at all while she jokes that this is nothing compared to how she panicked when she saw him naked. He thinks to himself to not panic since they've shared a room back in Kagen City too. While he's trying to comfort himself, he sees Alita picking a sheet and then going ahead to lie on the floor, telling him a rushed goodnight. That's when Sehun exclaims she is bothered too, so why would she pretend not to be bothered? He tells her to move off the floor and he'll sleep there, but she denies. And just like any cliché, the argument ends in them lying in the same bed. Sehun feels sleepless and wonders if it's because of the weird decor, but his thoughts are interrupted by Alita's concern of his plan on getting closer to Amith family ruining because of her, but he tells her not to worry since if Bright was petty or bad, he wouldn't have prepared such a room for them. Not being able to sleep, Alita then gets up to try reading something. He tells her not to read in darkness, but she waves it off, so Sehun simply uses his magic to switch the lights of the room on so she doesn't strain her eyes. She requests him to let her read aloud, to which he agrees, ready to sleep, but he is interrupted when she starts reading weird dramatic dialogues related to Berserk King. He turns around to see her reading a book on the Otherworld Savior's famous sayings, and she indeed is reading cool and dramatic things said by Sehun with amusement. Sehun tells her this book is full of lies, but then she reads a statement about loyalty which Sehun vaguely recalls saying that, and is slightly annoyed at Alita having fun with this. He then goes back to normal, glad that at least the tension and awkwardness broke between them. But then Alita mentions the book having a lot of sayings of his, but she hasn't seen much content over stuff that happened when he was summoned. Seeing the change in Sehun's expressions, she asks if it was a wrong question, but he tells her that the story is not just a fun story to tell. The time when Sehun was brought to Terranor, he was kept by Magians as a lab rat. He was tied with chains in a cell and different experimentation was performed on him. They used to hurt him and then call him worthless and have a Prin, the healer, heal his burns. Sacred arts worked on Sehun, but magic doesn't. The people experimenting ask their head, Sparkin, on what should they do next. Sparkin in anger grabs Sehun's shirt and start yelling at him for being worthless and having no special ability. The Prin tries to intervene since he didn't heal Sehun yet, but Sparkin does not give an ounce about that and keeps yelling. He tells his workers to experiment him for drug testing like they do on normal humans. He asks Lilstein to take responsibility for this and make sure he doesn't die. A scared young Lilstein hurriedly agrees to his teacher. Lilstein was sold by someone at the age of 12 to Sparkanthu, was then looking for talented kids, but Sparkin did not teach him anything, so Lilstein only reached level 2 of magic even by the age of 20 despite having a lot of talent. He was a genius and any good teacher would have worked hard on him, but Sparkin was not even a teacher to him. He just wanted specimens for his experiment testing and used to use Lilstein as a test for his works, leading to the poor kid to suffer with lane, vomiting, and many other side effects. Having no place to go, Lil Stein just adapted to all the suffering. But when he met Sihan, it felt like he could relate to him. He politely greeted Sihan, who then did not even know the language of this world, so was very confused. Understanding this, Lil Stein carefully made him understand his name. He was the first person to show Sihan kindness in Terranor. Finally understanding his name, Sihan pointed towards himself telling his name, then Sihan was gradually taught the language of Terranor by Lil Stein. For the first time, both of them had a person by their side, so obviously they became close friends. Upon hearing Lil Stein's story, Sihan realizes that they both are the same, only with the difference of Lil Stein not being chained in a dungeon. Lil Stein tells him that a weak person's fate remains the same in any world. For 3 months they bonded this way. But then the day came when their lives went through a great change. The day when Sihan's mana powers exploded. He was in great pain with a huge aura surrounding him while the workers wondered in panic what happened to him. They were not expecting mana to pile up in his body in this short of time. Sparkant realizes that the rate of mana piling up in his body is much faster than the normal people of Terranor. And in all this panic situation, he just laughs and celebrates having a useful research result finally. The workers worry if Sihan's life being in danger if this is not controlled properly, but Sparkant then stops them, telling them he has a plan and he won't let Sihan die since he now found a use for him. A panicked Lil Stein runs towards Sparkant with the long sword he asked for, asking in worry if he'll be able to save Sihan with that. But Sparkant's ultimate plan to control this turns out to be asking Lil Stein to cut off Sihan's limbs. Lil Stein stands there still at what he just got told while Sparkant confidently claims that the explosion is coming from his limbs, so it will quiet down if they are cut off since Sihan will stay alive and worth experimenting on even with his limbs detached. Lil Stein stands there unable to react since he can neither disobey his teacher nor can he attack his only friend, so Sparkant starts insulting Lil Stein for being weak-willed and calling Sihan just a test subject. This helps Lil Stein in making his decision since his next move turns out to be stabbing Sparkant with that sword. Successfully getting rid of the menace called Sparkant, he turns towards his tortured friend and tells him to not try to hold it and shoot it all out, successfully saving his friend. While Sihan dozes off after the storytelling, Alita thinks of how much they both went through and Lil Stein was more of his savior than friend. She understands why the betrayal affected him this much. She is then distracted by how the guy beside her actually slept while a woman is by his side. But then she realizes the absurdity of her thoughts and thinks it's better he doesn't care about this stuff and proceeds to sleep. Suddenly, Sihan wakes up with a jerk scaring her by telling her this isn't the time to sleep. He sensed a prayer, 2 sword hires and 4 Magians in his vicinity. The mansion is being surrounded. Alita and Sihan look at the window and wonder why those people, who look like they're just about to break in, are here. Alita says they should prepare for any battle then, and catching Sihan off guard, she hurriedly undresses herself. He exclaims at her in question, to which she justifies she can't fight in pajamas, so she is changing, and so should he. Sihan stands there confused about the woman who was extremely awkward just a while ago at only the thought of being in the same room as him. The Ivory Tower Magion Halland asks Prayer Roman if it was necessary to call all those soldiers since Lusklin blood has gotten thin and weaker, and there have been no traces found of any otherworldly summoning, but Roman is still cautious that they might have to deal with a beast from the otherworld, so it's better to be prepared. Roman is confident that nothing can defeat them from there, while Halland clenches his teeth thinking on how the tower is paying for all the expense of this. Bright comes to the gates questioning the audacity of those people to charge at the family of a peaceful noble, and the people who worship the moon at this late an hour. Roman mocks Bright for talking about being noble and mentioning their temple when he's been hiding a Lusklin blood at his residence. Everyone's shocked at Roman's statement, but more than that, Alita is scared that she's been found out and all this chaos is being caused because of her. Roman keeps throwing insults at the blood and warns it, pointing with his sword, that there's no more running away, so he should surrender. But his sword isn't pointing at Alita, it's pointing at Duran. Everyone is stunned at the revelation of Duran being a Lusklin blood. Duran, trying to hide his nervousness, mentions being of the same Brian clan as the Berserk Emperor but not being the descendant of Lusklin. Bright has a hard time digesting all this and exclaims of it being a misunderstanding, and just because someone has blonde hair does not make them a Lusklin blood, because that way even Alita would be the same. Alita gets nervous at the unintended and unrevealed truth coming out of Bright's mouth, but Roman is not having it with all the denial and arguments. Haaland asks Duran to surrender if he wants to prove his innocence. Everyone watches this quietly while Dina feels sad of the guys she was impressed with belonging to the cursed bloodline. Not having any other option in sight, Duran takes out his sword and aims it at Bright, warning everyone to stay back if they'll see the successor of Ameth family beheaded. He has no plans of wanting to get caught, while Roman Mach laughs at Duran for finally showing his true colors. He isn't fazed by a hostage situation, but Haaland knows not to mess with the Ameth family. Meanwhile, Duran apologizes to Bright and tells him that this way nobody would doubt and question him and his family. He then pushes Bright to ground and runs away, jumping across the wall. The soldiers charge at him and begin chasing him. Alita, not being able to hold back, hurriedly follows them, leaving everyone confused. Sihon follows Alita, telling Xion to keep an eye on Dina. Xion, misunderstanding the statement, simply holds the young girl to keep her with him and chases the two, leaving a distraught Bright on ground. Duran defends himself from the attacks of the soldiers and tries to reason that he hasn't done anything wrong, but Roman attacks him and corners him, telling him he'll have a fair trial and their goddess will decide his fate, but Duran knows nothing of that sort would actually ever happen. He tells them if there's no other way, then he can't help but do something he really didn't want to. Roman is confused at what Duran is saying and down, but the next move produces a big flash of light. Sihon catches up to Alita, asking why she just took off, to which she responds of not thinking much, but feeling some familiarity with the real name of Duran. They both halt speechless at the sight in front of them. Also, quick reminder as we are going through the recap, if you are new to the channel, around 52% of viewers are not already subscribed, and if that's you and you want to guarantee you're always up to date with all good content like this, so feel free to hit that subscribe button and join us on the road to 1 million subs. And if you enjoy the video or if you found it interesting, let me know by dropping a like and comment on it as well, would be seriously appreciated. Let's continue. In trying to save himself, the only solution Duran could come up with was summoning an otherworldly monster. Even though he did it because of not being able to think of any other option, it serves as an even more negative point in sight of the people against him. He stands on top of the monster's brain and controls it to move, throwing the soldiers away from him. They all panic while Roman tries to reason them that they are their goddess's blade and are in her protection, so they shouldn't fear. The soldiers agree and get ready to fight, since for their country and for their families, thinking this could become a situation similar to the era of Berserk Emperor. The knights attack the monster in different ways, trying to defeat it, but it's not very helpful. Haaland clenches his teeth in regret and annoyance of thinking this situation could never occur and not bringing enough help, but his companion tells him to focus on the way they can help even if their magic does not work on otherworldly monsters. They block the escape route of Duran and the monster while the knights and Prayer Roman attack it. Alita is witnessing such a sight for the first time in her life. The most powerful knights, Prayer and Magians, are fighting their best, and it's only working enough to stop the movements of the monster and not defeat it. She questions if all the monsters by the Emperor used to be that strong, to which Sihon replies with an of course not. Alita thinks of it obvious that such strong monsters are hard to defeat, but Sihon cuts her off, telling her that this weak of a monster could easily be taken care of by only Jexengord. And if all the monsters summoned by the Berserk Emperor were this weak, they wouldn't have needed to fight this hard. Alita just looks at him dumbfounded, since the sight in front of her seems hard to defeat when Sihon faced much worse than that and won. Xion catches up to them with a confused Dina weirdly hanging in his arms. Sihon is confused at both of them being there, so he questions Xion, who actually took Sihon's statement to watch Dina quite literally, so he brought her there. Duran warns the soldiers to stop the attacks since he does not have intentions of harming anyone and just wants to get away safe, but his control over the monster is losing with time. Xion is surprised at no one being harmed yet, while Sihon tells him that Duran is probably controlling the monster and has no intention of harming anyone. Alita is frustrated at this and loses her cool on why is everyone fighting if the soldiers or Duran both don't have any bad intentions. She is annoyed at how being the descendant of the Berserk Emperor is considered such a huge sin. Duran, on the other hand, keeps panicking since the monster's movements are out of his control now and it has started to harm the soldiers and kill them. A knight, Lao Fin, mocks him for finally showing his true ill intentions by summoning a monster and having it kill the soldiers. He's brutally killed by the monster the next moment. His companion tries to cut off the tentacles of the monster, but the blood of the monster falling on his skin acts like poison and burns him. Roman realizes that the monster has suddenly gotten stronger and realizes that it has been holding its true strength. He's unaware that it was actually Duran who was holding the strength of the monster by controlling it. Roman is frustrated for underestimating the situation and not calling for enough help while Duran tries to stop him, since the monster isn't in his control, but it's too late and the monster traps Roman and is about to attack it with its other tentacle, but just on time that tentacle is slashed by the sword of none other than Sihan. Everyone is shocked by this. Sihan offers to help but asks Roman to evacuate the place first. Xian had told Sihan that he will go and drop Dina off to a safer location. Sihan agrees and tells him to hurry since he has to intervene in the chaos in front of him and would need Xian's help for it. Sihan is about to rush ahead but is stopped midway by a tense Alita who wants a way that can save the situation and let Duran escape, as well. Sihan is understanding of her situation but tries to tell her that if they do anything to save a Lusklin blood at the moment, the amount of eyes witnessing it would make them look suspicious, ending up in danger for Alita herself. Alita asks then they only need the situation that no one can watch and she can help make it possible to block everyone's vision, for a bit. Roman sits on ground amazed by the amount of fighting energy he just witnessed. He's about to relate it to that of the otherworldly savior but not wanting his doubt to get stronger. Sihan timely cuts him off telling him he's a disciple of the mercenary king Barak. Roman drops his doubts understanding a Barak's disciple to have such amazing amount of fighting energy. Sihan asks Roman to evacuate the soldiers to a safer place since it's dangerous for them while he can take care of the monster and the situation. Roman tries to decline retreating since they are servants of the goddess and it's their duty and honor to fight in the battle and not surrender. Sihan reasons that honor may be very important but it can never exceed the importance of human life. Roman thinks for a moment and Sihan's words settle sense in him and he agrees that it will be dishonorable to the lives of those soldiers to keep on fighting like that. He requests Sihan to stall for some time while he evacuates the place. Sihan smirks after the soldiers are gone and looks towards the monster. He feels a rush of adrenaline as he's facing a Lusklin's monster after 10 years. Duran is scared for Sihan getting hurt and tries to warn him to back off since the monster wants to attack him. Duran worries since the monster is out of his control and he has no idea about who actually Sihan is. Meanwhile Sihan stands there confident and easily dodges the attacks of the monster. He then uses Tyrant King art to cut off tentacles of the monsters while a huge amount of fighting energy is exhibiting from him. Duran is shocked by the amount of strength Sihan holds since he knows that he is a sword higher of a knight rank and this skill is too fine for someone of that rank. Sihan notices how the tentacles keep regenerating every time he cuts them off and knows that Tyrant King art is not suitable for this monster and sky-breaking art or dragon sword energy would be more convenient to successfully attack this monster. Only, he can't use those if he doesn't want his identity to be questioned. He wonders what to do when Xian brings him out of his thoughts informing him he's reached to help. Sihan smiles at Xian, casually joking that he's late. He tells Xian that he needs his help in taking care of the tentacles of the monster. Xian gets super motivated to finally use his Tyrant King art in a real battle. He starts attacking the monster's tentacles and enjoys using his skills while getting used to it, but Sihan just stands there looking at him with a blank face not being able to comprehend the situation in front of him. He questions the skill Xian is using since it's neither Tyrant King art nor mountain breaking art and Xian seems to be charging like a boar, and then stinging like a bee in his attacks. He finds Xian's swordsmanship weird with this fighting technique. Sihan deduces that Tyrant King art is not a technique that complements Xian's personality, which is why he's created his own version of the technique and thinks it's not a problem since Xian seems to be fighting well with whatever that is. Sihan then mentally calculates the situation around him. The bystanders are gone, Duran seems to be fine, and the monster's tentacles are tied and its mind is focused on dealing with Xian. So all his checkmarks have been achieved to finally attack the monster. He moved behind the monster finding the perfect blind spot of it. He uses his dragon sword energy to freeze the monster's flesh and movements. Successful in his plan, he calls out to Alita to make use of her part now while Duran just stands on top flabbergasted at the situation in front of him. Alita then uses magic on ground, shocking Duran even more. The monster's taken down by her magic while the dust caused by the magic hinders the sight of the soldiers for enough time for her to sneak Duran out of sight. Seo is satisfied at them beating the otherworldly monster and mentally wishes Duran luck in running away from the situation. Duran and Alita are running away, but Alita seems to be losing her stamina since she used her energy on the magic she casted before. Duran is very confused about the whole scenario and just questions her on why they are helping him and saving him when he has Lusklin blood. He tries to warn her of all this being dangerous to her, but Alita sits with support of a while, short of breath, telling Duran to run away before anyone catches him. Seeing a huffed Alita sitting on the ground rings a bell in Duran's mind, and a memory of tiny Alita sitting on ground similarly flashes in front of his eyes. That's when he identifies Alita as Seraphina's daughter, also Lusklin blood, while Alita just looks at him not denying it. He feels happy for a moment on her being alive too, but his happiness is cut short by the intense situation at hand, and he tells her that there's no time to be happy about the reunion and he wants to share something very important with Alita before he takes off. Alita is confused at what could be so important when Duran whispers something in her ear, shocking enough to have her eyes wide at it. She stammers in confusion of what he just told her while Duran smiles lightly at her, requesting her on whatever he said, and putting his trust in her. Suddenly a sword shoots through Duran's chest, cutting the reunion reel short and splattering the innocent boy's blood all over, leaving a stunned Alita behind.
As Duran bleeds out and collapses on the ground, Alita watches these events unfold in sheer horror. Distraught, her eyes follow Duran's body as it falls flat on the ground when suddenly, she hears something. Upon looking at her surroundings, she finds Freya Lormont, with his sword unsheathed, standing before her. It is revealed that Freya was the one who killed Duran. Although his words for this Rusklin demon are condescending, he is relieved to see that Alita is safe and completely unharmed. According to his point of view, Duran was using her as a hostage while trying to escape law enforcement. Regardless, he is thankful that Alita wasn't killed by this lunatic. As such, he then turns his attention towards Duran's lifeless body, damning him for killing so many people and still daring to escape atoning for his sins. Freya stomps on the Rusklins and continues to refer to him as a Rusklin demon, stating that if it weren't for the foreign knights, he expresses how he and his people would have to face the worst possible situation if Alita and her team weren't there. Therefore, he claims that his entire kingdom is greatly indebted to them and that he has no idea how to repay them. On the other hand, Alita claims that it was no problem whatsoever. Still clearly shell-shocked by the death of her friend, she has no choice other than to play along with this ruse Freya has self-created. She tells him that she is glad Freya showed up when he did, or otherwise, she might have let this Rusklin demon escape due to her lack of strength and exhaustion. After their brief interaction, Freya heads over to Sean and Xenon's side for killing the monster Duran summoned. He still cannot believe that these two defeated the monster from the other world, announcing the Barak, the mercenary king's disciples are truly amazing and awe-inspiring. In addition, he even confuses Xenon as one of Barak's disciples, much to Xenon's surprise and school. Hearing this, Shirhan realizes that this is because Xenon used the Overlord's aura in the fight. Freya once again thanks Shirhan, claiming that without him, there would have been a high number of casualties among his soldiers and the innocent people of the Rona. He wants to properly thank the Otherworld's knights, but cannot do so right now, revealing that he still has to deal with the aftermath of this beast as the size of its corpse is too big. However, this revelation catches Shirhan by surprise. Nonetheless, tells Freya to not worry about them, understanding his situation, and the latter runs off to oversee the management of the monster's corpse. As Freya leaves, he claims that he will set up a party where the Moon Temple will also show their gratitude towards them at a later time. Nevertheless, Shirhan is caught off guard by his earlier proclamation. He doesn't understand why Freya and the soldiers have to worry about cleaning up after the monster when the corpse should just simply disappear once the summoner's heart, Duran, is burned. He understands that the knights of this kingdom should already know about this, and so, he theorizes some more possibilities as to why this could be taking place. First of all, he thinks that they must be extremely wary in recklessly dealing with the body of a crazy tyrant's blood kin. But, all of a sudden, Xenon intervenes after seeing Shirhan in thought. He tells him about something he heard from the other soldiers and tells him about how, apparently, the magicians of the ivory tower came and took Duran's dead body with them to the ivory tower after freezing it using their powers. But Sirhan finds this act highly suspicious, and he questions just as to why they would have taken authority over the corpse. After thinking about it, he remembers how the magician of the ivory tower also appeared during the incident with the earth dragon. In addition to this, he feels that the appearance of the Ignis wolf, earth dragon, and Duran must all be linked somehow or the other. Thinking this, he recalls a saying from their auntie which goes like this: the first time is due to one's personality, the second time is a coincidence, but the third is something that should be viewed as a suspicious act. Remembering this saying, he wonders if this incident relating to the other world really is a coincidence, claiming that he will look into it further after returning back. Anyway, they head back to the Bright's castle, where he is seen to be extremely distressed and distraught after learning that Duran was in fact Rusklin, feeling betrayed and shocked. As the foreign knights visit him, they also inform him of their leave, which they are planning soon. Hearing this, Bright apologizes to them for calling them over. Moreover, he wants to call out for a carriage for the knights, but Sirhan tells him that this is not the time to worry about formalities, adding that their destination isn't that far anyways. There, Bright again feels apologetic, claiming that he is truly sorry. Furthermore, he states that he will contact Dina again, who is also perplexed after seeing Bright's current condition, at a later time. In addition to all this, Sirhan finds that Alita is nowhere to be seen, learning from Dina that she has gone to her room in order to retrieve something she had forgotten there. Meanwhile, after making up this story, Alita heads over to explore Duran's room. She reveals that during their small interaction before Duran's death, he told her about something he had hidden in his lodging, and she tries to locate and get her hands on it. Eventually, following his clues, she finds a cupboard and opens up the third drawer. But nothing seems to be out of the ordinary in this particular drawer. However, all of a sudden, she notices that this drawer is rather small compared to the others. This makes her realize that there must be a false base inside this drawer, and lo and behold, it is exactly as she thought. There, she sees a book hidden. Upon investigating this suspicious book further, she learns that it contains the collection of knowledge from the Rusklin family, a research book of skills that summons monsters from another world. Thinking of this as a cursed item, she immediately tries to throw it far away but stops after recalling her old friend, who trusted her enough to tell her about this book. Meanwhile, Brundell informs his superiors that they have finally obtained what they were looking for, a Rusklin with blood thick enough to open a summoning rift over 30 meters. Although they weren't able to capture him alive, his body was taken rather quickly, and as such, there is no problem with his heart. The higher-up tells him to send over the body to the Red Ivory Tower and compliments him for his contributions in this incident, telling him that he will obtain what his heart desires in exchange for his work. Furthermore, the superior explains what's truly terrifying about the Rusklin Royal Empire. According to him, it isn't their ability to manipulate dimensions. Rather, the scariest thing about their summoning skill is their complete control over the monsters they summon. Their blood contains a dimensional attribute, but Therona's magic doesn't work on creatures of the other world, and so it couldn't be applied to them. However, there exists a loophole: the Rusklin's otherworld summoning skill. After all this time, he has finally cracked the code he was searching for. He claims that by studying the Rusklin family's blood, he will be able to create magic which works on those who are from another world, and with this, he will finally be able to achieve his long-cherished desire. Also, a quick reminder as we are going through the recap: if you are new to the channel, around 52% of viewers are not already subscribed, and if that's you and you want to guarantee you're always up to date with all good content like this, so feel free to hit that subscribe button and join us on the road to 1 million subs. And if you enjoy the video, or if you found it interesting, let me know by dropping a like and comment on it as well, would be seriously appreciated. Let's continue. And so, after the crisis has been averted and the aftermath has been dealt with, a ball is held to honor the bravery of the foreign knights who saved the city of Verona by defeating the otherworld monster. There, Freya addresses the crowd and commends the knights for their valor on behalf of the ability of Crone Lissat and the people of Verona. At the ball, Sirhan's achievement in defeating the otherworld monster is the center of attention. The others present talk amongst themselves and make comments, talking about how Sirhan is the successor to be of Baraka, the mercenary king. In addition, despite his expert rank with the sword, despite his youth, he is considered someone coveted. but he already has a lord he is severing, Marquis Calteron. Upon realizing that he is serving that Calteron, the nobles, wanting to recruit the amazing him to their side, surround him instantaneously, thinking that they can persuade Sean to join them because they are way better than his current master. And so, with this ball, Shirhan has grown extremely exhausted. Ever since the ball ended, he has been continuously contacted by nobles from all across the kingdom. Meeting them all, day after day, Shirhan is already tired from all of this. However, Zenon asks if this situation is alright, asking if the rumors of them being the mercenary king's disciples are spreading too much. Even though Shirhan replies that at least this amount of fame is required for him to approach the king. Despite being glad to have made some connections with the nobles, Shirhan is also worried that Sean Stein is getting too famous. But, suddenly, Alita walks into the room. She reveals that Shirhan is not the only one getting approached, rather along with him the others are as well. Alita herself, after using Arcane Blast once, has been surrounded by nobles who think that she is a magician who is capable of using 7th floor magic and is getting a scouting proposal from everywhere. Not only that, but Zenon has also now been dubbed as the second disciple of the mercenary king. But this actually does end up creating a problem. Unlike Shirhan and Alita, Zenon's real identity is known to the public, and it would seem rather unnatural for a knight of the Rilstein kingdom to be serving as a disciple of the mercenary king. Consequently, Shirhan comes up with an idea and finds a solution to this problem. He creates a ridiculous backstory for Zenon, announcing that from now on he is Zenon Stride's twin brother instead. Obviously, this story doesn't go over well with the others. As such, Zenon makes up his own story. He claims that he always wanted to learn the Overlord Aura, as it was the sword aura belonging to the savior from the other world, and on one of his missions, he met with Sean, who taught him this skill. However, this resulted in Zenon being kicked out of the Rilstein kingdom and him being unable to return back. They also come up with a backstory for Alita before getting on the main topic, the disappearance of the real Karen Ignatius. But the trio have not been able to get any info on her, despite meeting nobles day in and out for the past half-month. Moreover, the nobles also do not believe this Karen to be faked whatsoever. The lack of suspicion is due to the sacred ceremony held every year by the Ignatius religion, known as Silver Moon Praise. As per the stories Shirhan heard from the nobles, no one can fake the tremendous power displayed at this ceremony. This makes Zenon and Alita doubt Karen is being replaced by someone. Zenon thinks that maybe the real Karen is dead and the fake one is taking her place, possessing the same divine power she has. But Alita questions why would a person with such immense power, on par with the heroes, hide their real identity rather than rising their own name. But Shirhan chimes in to answer her. He explains that Karen's true value isn't her divine power, rather it is the fact that she possesses the power of both Prin and Freya. With this, the trio are back to square one. Nonetheless, Shirhan has a theory, maybe the real Karen is kidnapped but alive and well. According to his theory, the real Karen is in good health and only appears to take part in the ritual, whereas the other fake Karen acts as a secret agent on normal, routine days. But this ends up in the knights being in the same place they started from, with no idea or clue of Karen's location. But Alita questions why a person with such immense power, being on par with heroes, hide their real identity rather than rising their own name. But Shirhan chimes in to answer her. He explains that Karen's true value isn't her divine power, rather it is the fact that she possesses the power of both Prin and Freya. Consequently, with no other choice, and at the peak of his limit, Shirhan announces that they might have to resort to some extreme measures if this continues. He suggests that they go and kidnap a high-ranking religious leader from Ignatius who might know what happens. He wants to capture and interrogate him, but Alita shows her concerns about this plan. She thinks that kidnapping someone is going too far, but he claims that everything will be okay because he will only use confession magic, making sure to not harm anyone. He even states that there is a surefire method in which he can use this spell even on someone like a priest. Hearing this, Zenon is confused. He asks if confession magic will really work with torture, expressing how he heard that this form of magic is rather ineffective no matter how amazing as a magician you are. But Shirhan claims that it is alright. However, there is one flaw. This magic works only once or twice on a person, and so, the trio have to make sure the person in question indeed knows Karen's secret. There, Alita points out that there is at least one person who fits this description, the fake Karen herself. This shocks the rest of the team, making Sirhan think how devastating Alita really is despite acting all hesitant in the first place. Xenon points out that they might be able to sneak into a noble's house, but sneaking into the palace of a country's ruler is impossible, even for them. But Sirhan refutes this, stating that he can, since he already learned how to steal stuff. He claims that using shadow presence, it would prove to be an easy task and they will also not get tracked down unless they get caught. He expresses how Lavina would probably get blamed if he used this skill, but who really cares about her? And so, thinking this might be worth a shot, the trio decide to try this plan, dubbing the name for this operation to be the plan to kidnap the fake Karen. Subscribe to watch more videos like these, turn on notifications, and leave a like and comment to help the channel out. Thank you for watching and see you in the next part.